Warning, the following contains material that may be too disturbing to some people. Descriptions of violence, mature situations, and adult themes. This is intended for mature audiences. Viewer discretion is advised. All right, welcome. We are live. This is Forest of Flesh, episode 86. A not D&D game. We are playing M&M, Mazes and Monsters. No, that's a movie. We're playing a copyright-free. We're playing Pathfinder, new edition, homebrew, made up by me. Fang, you're not a ranger anymore. You're now a survivalist. Okay.
Oh, that's great. I love it because that's technically what I've been playing anyway.
No, the good news is all the class rules for survivalists are the same as the ranger. They're just worded slightly differently.
Yeah. Let me just go in and rewrite some of the paragraphs here.
Hey, what's up, Busy? Thanks for jumping in. Nice to see the institution in here. So we've heard about the news with D&D, and we're making jokes. It's good to joke. It's good to laugh. Cause sometimes if you don't laugh, you'll get upset. Much like these guys when they realized they didn't plan at all for this episode. So let me introduce you to these guys who did not plan. Why don't we start with you, Ella? Who are you?
Well, I'm Ella, which is pretty self-explanatory. But I am playing Fang, who is a Feylost Paracle Tabaxi Cub, who has chosen the path of the Fey Wanderer Ranger. And Fang is curious and chaotic.
Okay. Right on. Thank you. It's not called the Fae anymore. It's called the Wild. We got.
Oh yes, sorry. It's the fairy lost. What was the? I can't remember what Pathfinder calls it.
No, it's all good. You don't.
I'm
just joking. Thank you, Ella. Ferdy. Who are you? What are you doing here?
I'm Ferdy. I'm playing Sha'ah.
Tell us a little bit about Sha'ah.
Sha'ah is a neutral aligned Swarmkeeper Ranger with Peace Domain and also an Astral Monk.
Right on.
Centaur.
Right on. Thank you, Ferdy. Keo.
My name is Keo. I play Lumaki. He's a fairy, and his class is Big Boy. He basically turned giant. He used to be a giant, but he somehow turned into a fairy via true polymorph, and we're not sure how that happened quite yet.
We're figuring it out. Sorry, I gotta. I'm multitasking, guys. Here you go. There's that beautiful mug. Thank you, Keo. Wolf.
How'd you get in here? I'm playing Will, the sort of custom Green Man tree guy, who is a sort of stoic and protective paladin.
That he is. that he is. He protect. He also attack. And he's
Yes.
got a big old hammer.
When I can get those crits.
Yep. And he's got a buddy hanging out in his brain. Who is
We
not?
ignore that guy.
He's not responding. Last I checked, right? There's some. What happened?
That's fine. He hasn't been paying rent.
We'll, we'll talk about that. What's happened? What's happened on the Fey Dark Forest of Flesh? What's been going on with you guys? What happened
Just
last
good
session?
times. We're hanging out in a mansion and everything's going great.
Yeah. You guys definitely didn't decide to experiment with an artifact of unknown power. I take that back.
We decided to throw it in a hole with TNT, and
yeah, this is
it didn't work.
This is the chest of hearts all over again. For those of you who aren't playing the game with us, way back when, way back before the stream, I gave these guys a chest that they were carrying around to store stuff in. Actually, I think you just looted it. It was like in a hoard or something. You were like,
stole it off of someone.
Yeah, you're like, I'm taking the chest. And then later on, they encountered these monsters like lycanthropes, but they were like regenerative and they were flesh corrupted, and so they were like these horrible flesh abominations that you couldn't. They would just keep coming back, and like the skin would knit itself. Okay, so it was a Lovecraftian monster basically. And these guys were like, okay, we're gonna cut out their hearts and put them in this chest and just see what happens.
Yes, all of us decided on that jointly.
Well, it was mostly you, wasn't
it? Nope, that was a group decision.
Yeah.
Everyone thought it was a great idea, so we did it.
Yeah, sure, we'll go with that. I'm sure everybody remembers doing that.
And with a few more weeks, it would have worked out for us. A little bit more investigation.
It was
if somebody hadn't left it behind.
Issue.
Yeah, it was Ishu's fault. Sure. Okay.
Not many flaws, that kobold, but there's one or two.
So yeah, you guys experimented with you pondered the orb with dynamite, and it exploded the mansion, right? It destroyed it. But luckily you still have that awesome orb, right? So there's that. Now you get to carry that thing around in your pockets.
Also, I don't know if the characters know this, but I'm pretty sure the players know that Egregore was the one that kept the flesh from actually escaping.
Mm-hmm.
Or us, whatever the tendrils were trying to do.
You might know that for sure. You heard him screaming.
I suspect.
And you saw him like you could see his mental projection. He was trying to do something.
Yeah.
Sure hope he's alive, because remember there was that whole thing where he was like, I'm the only thing holding you together right now. So I sure hope he's okay. Maybe we'll find out. Maybe, just maybe, we'll find out. Okay, well, things are going great for you guys, right? Things are going really good. And so now you're left with a decision, I think. You have Ubrimah, who has been contacted by Heaven. And he basically is like, hey, there's a new death in town, and it needs a saint to represent its will on earth, or whatever. And apparently, me being a dead guy, and formerly of a different arcana, and this new death's whole thing being rebirth, seems like I'd make a good fit for this. So you guys, you may have helped out the war effort, I suppose, at the very least. But he can't go with you, but he has managed to explain that he can get you somewhere. He can get you somewhere, and then he has to have faith and face the music. And we'll see how that works out for him, maybe at some time. But that's, I think that's about where we left off. You guys got some more lore drops in the mansion. You did some more stuff there, and you ended up experimenting with the orb, and destroying the mansion and everything in it. All right, so we open back up, I guess, to you guys standing here in the ethereal ghost dragon lair. And what do you guys do? What are you guys doing? What's going on? That's such an awful open. I'm sorry, guys. This did a really bad job. Ubrimah the Generous.
Well, so what do we do now?
We do have the orb back? I guess that's the orb.
Yeah, it's sitting. So when the mansion was destroyed, so the orb was still in there, obviously, right? When the mansion was destroyed, like the tentacles, when the portal cut off, the tentacles dissolved into the air, and then there was like a pause for like 6 seconds or so. And then the portal disappeared. Well, I guess all the stuff coming out of the portal disappeared because the portal's invisible. And then the orb just sort of fell out of where the portal was, like fell out of the air and landed on the ground, undamaged.
Well, I guess that didn't work.
Right. So, what's our next plan?
Ubrimah
I don't know.
Ubrimah says, I would get that thing to somebody who knows what to do with it.
There's still my idea. You could still send us where we're going, and then take it and find Indigo, and you guys can find a new place to hide it, and then you can send Indigo to us.
And it didn't really work last time.
Yeah, but we don't know who hid it last time.
He says, it almost makes sense that it would be on the ethereal plane, I suppose. It'd be a good hiding place for it. It's the last place you'd look. And I suppose it'd be hard to find unless you knew exactly where it was.
Yeah,
Or
especially
unless
if
you
you
just
move
stumble
it
across it.
farther. What did you say? Deeper in?
Well, my only point is that, well, the flesh's influence isn't really here in the ethereal. You don't see a lot of flesh corruption here. It just seems odd that its essence would be stored in a place where its influence is lacking.
I have a question.
Okay.
Was the dragon flesh corrupted?
No, it was a
I
ghost.
seem to remember. Oh, okay, it was a ghost dragon. That's what it was.
Yeah, it was Ghost Dragon. Now you guys saw some like fleshy visions, right? When you saw like Lapel's final moments, you saw that, but it was never bleeding in here. The only time you ever saw anything like actually bleed, like flesh related, was when you arrived here. I guess the way you came in was kind of reminiscent to those holes that used to open up in the world, but instead of being on the ground, you've like fell in from the ceiling. Is what Ubrimah will.
Is that how you spell it? Or...
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it's actually not Ubrimah. Yeah. Sorry. It is Ubrimah.
Ubrimah
yeah,
the Goobermah.
Ubrimah.
Yeah, there you
Push
go.
it with it. Hey, Ubrimah. Why is it that you can send us to another place, but you can't send an object? Wouldn't that be easier?
He says, well, I can send an object if it's on a person. The way the spell works, it specifically designates creatures.
You've never needed to send something away to keep it away from someone before?
Not particularly. Well, I suppose there's been times where I have, but it's just not quite that simple. If there was something that needed protecting, I usually felt it was safest in my possession. I would take dangerous things and lock them away in my tower. Try to keep them away from falling into the wrong hands. Well, let me see here. I'm doing this on the chat window. Sorry, chat. Let me do this on my window. I was looking for something. I was like, why am I not seeing it on the player screen? Oh.
Know what we need to do. It's just how to do it.
Well, what is it you mean to accomplish? Maybe I can help.
Will will look at the others, but he'll say, "Need to get the orb away, and then go and get on Keat and Tulpa."
But how? Maybe we just need to bring this around with us.
That's a bad option. You saw what it could do. What if someone accidentally hits it while we're holding it?
Do you not have a bag of holding?
Someone takes the bag.
Still a risk. I understand.
Why would they take your bag?
Because we put the orb in there?
How would they know that it's in there if you don't tell them?
Well, they could
Well-
charm you and make you tell them.
Or read your mind?
Or read your mind.
I got it then. You decide where to put it, and you don't tell us, and then you find a way to put it there. And so if you do put it in one of the bags, we'll never know.
You want me to decide where to place the orb?
I mean, I'm not the best one to decide.
Not too long.
Wait a minute. Yeah, you might be onto something, Fang.
What? What did I say?
It's still kind of a risk, though. If we don't know where it's at, we won't know to be protecting it.
We just leave it here for now, go get Onkit, and come back.
We're back. We don't even know
Been
how
here
we
a long
got
time.
here.
Might be the safest place for it. I don't want to leave it unprotected, but it's better than taking it with us.
Or can't we just leave it with Ubrimah?
Well, he's leaving.
When are you leaving?
He says, I thought I had explained. As soon as our business is concluded, I need to let the natural course take hold.
Got it, guys. Guys, I got it. Okay, you want to leave it with somebody who can watch it? And, the only nice creature that we've come across here was that one, spider guy that Sha'ah talked to.
Oh, shit.
Oh yeah, Carp.
What if we ask him to watch it?
Hopefully he shows up.
Yeah, we might have to go back where we first met him, right?
Yeah.
That's a pretty long walk. I thought we were trying to hurry.
Imagine if the circle or whatever, the council or whatever, got a hold of this. Oh man, that would be crazy. It's an option. You guys could do it.
I mean,
You got many
We-
paths here.
we spent so much time. What's like one more, however many more days worth of time we've been here to get back?
Yeah, and we've survived along the way.
And now it'll be easier because there won't be that giant worm thing.
I'm not opposed to that idea. Maybe Garx will bring a friend with him.
Ubrimah says, you know, it suddenly occurs to me. It's not typically the kind of magic I would use, but he looks at Will for a moment. Probably glances at Sha'ah for a second. He says, do any of you know spells that may allow you to ask for advice?
I know something that lets me speak to plants.
Well, okay.
Oh,
but-
and animals too. Does that work?
well,
I can ask them for advice.
well, plants and animals probably not going to know a whole lot about this, but I was thinking more along the lines of a patron, a deity. At least you would know whatever advice you get, you could trust.
Please just pray to my god.
Not all that
Actual-
confused about what could be done, just how to do it.
I don't know how to get in contact with the Cat King.
one moment. Will, what did you just say?
Said I'm not all that unsure about what we should do, just how to go about it.
Why
I
is
know
it-
what needs to happen.
How? How do you know it needs to happen?
No? Like, just the right thing to do?
Okay. Is it a feeling? Describe in more detail if you can.
The orb is powerful and important. And dangerous if the flesh gets it. So, flesh can't get it.
Okay, well
Pretty
that's
simple.
Yeah, that's just common sense. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought
So, it's got to stay as far away from the flesh as possible. So, it can't go with us. It's just got to go away. And it should be protected. We took out its original protector. Now it needs a new one.
Okay. So
Especially if we can't destroy it. That'd be a good option too. But
okay. So it needs a protector. Yeah?
alright.
I don't see many around here. Do you?
Will hesitates and says, I mean, I'll do it if I have to.
If I could lock it away for you, I would. But it seems like it's too important to just put it somewhere and forget about it. Perhaps
I don't know about forgetting about it, but it's been here a long time, I'd guess, right? Seemed to work before.
I wouldn't know how long it's been here. It could have been placed here by the person who tried to trap you here.
In game terms, how long has it been since the very first party began?
Oh man.
A year?
I don't know if it's been a full year. It's probably not been near that long. Since the very first party, that would be B team, right? I guess they were the earliest in the
Technically. Does Will know about B team?
timeline. You saw everything the audience saw.
Okay. Okay.
Everything that the audience, even off stream, would have seen.
Mhm.
I don't know, maybe a few months. I wouldn't think it's been a full year. I can't really count up all the long rests.
Right.
But I know that B team started a few weeks prior to A team. And that it has been quite some time if you combine it all together.
Yeah. Okay.
Why?
Are you asking as the GM or?
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess.
So Will says, Flesh has only been active for a short while. But even so, I haven't found it yet. I assume it's looking for it, right?
I would
If it gets it, it's more powerful.
think so. Now there's an idea. I hadn't thought of that. What if
that's a terrible idea.
No, I think maybe you're onto something. What if the flesh became active because it was separated from that?
So we bring it back to the flesh.
That doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
Hmm. No, I suppose not.
How would we figure that out? That's a big risk. If the idea is if we give the orb back, the flesh might stop.
Oh, I'm not suggesting you give it back.
Well, if losing the orb is what made it start doing what it's doing, and we want to make it stop,
That's a big risk.
that's a big risk, yeah.
You want to ask it if it'll go away if we are able to find its heart?
Can we do that? Can you talk to the flesh?
I don't know.
There must be some way to communicate it. I never would have tried to communicate with it.
How could we trust whatever it said? It could just say yes, and then we give it the orb, and now it's eating everything.
Yeah, I suppose it could lie. Who knows if you'd be able to tell, or if it was manipulating your mind somehow to get you to believe it. Wait. I think that's pointless.
What's pointless?
How many times are you? How many times can you transport us? Like, get us where we need to go on.
He says, I already told you I have one shot.
One. How are you gonna get back to the world after you do that?
I'm not necessarily. I imagine my first stop would likely be heaven.
How are you gonna get there?
He holds out his hands like, how do you think?
Ooh, it just looks confused.
He says, well, I am a restless spirit, am I not? I suppose I would simply let myself be laid to rest.
And is there a time limit for that? Can we do our business and then you get laid to rest after we find a way to get rid of the orb?
He says, I'm afraid heaven isn't known for its patience. I've been called.
Clearly, heaven hasn't dealt with the tabaxi. They can wait.
Ubrimah, do you know of any way? Let's say you transport us somewhere. Do you know of a way to get back here
Well, there's one way.
other than dying?
He says, if you can find someone that knows a similar spell, something that lets you cross planes.
Because the problem we're having right now is Will does not want to bring the orb anywhere.
Not anywhere, just not to the flesh.
But the
I'd
flesh
love
is
to send it
everywhere.
to, or to Spruce.
Well, how do you know that Spruce is not with the flesh?
Because Sha'ah told us.
But how
So-
much time has it been since Sha'ah last saw him? What if he's with the flesh now?
Been about a week, I think.
Ubrimah
A
says,
lot can happen in a week.
Ubrimah says the Feywild still has flesh corruption, does it not? It hasn't all been wiped out yet.
But Sha'ah said that it helped Oberon, right? Like the protector guy.
Yeah.
The protector guy, he could protect the orb.
He could, perhaps. Or it could corrupt him.
Not again.
It could do the same to you, I suppose. We don't know what it can do.
Maybe we should just bring it to somebody who's knowledgeable.
Problem is, we can't bring it to anyone. That's if he sends one of us to someone else, then we all have to go, or someone's getting left behind.
So then, is your plan to go to Spruce then?
I don't need to go to him personally, but I can. If I feel like we could keep it safe. This is why I'm here. This thing right here.
Okay. Is that just the common sense feeling that you mentioned?
No, that one's more like a feeling.
Okay,
Like,
so
taking care of this thing somehow is what I'm supposed to do.
taking care of it somehow.
So then why don't we go to the Feywild, and then maybe once we get that finished, we can go talk to whoever to bring us to Wonky.
But what if they're in danger right now?
Oh my gosh, Will, there's no pleasing you. What is it you want exactly? We need to pick something. We can't just
Well,
keep going around in circles.
I think we should go see if we can find the spider.
I think we should go find Onkit.
I mean, if we want to leave the orb here, we can find the spider and ask it to guard it.
I don't know if I'd really trust that. I don't know anything about that spider.
Just know its name. We don't even know.
But it didn't try to kill us. It tried to help.
You guys don't know the spider. None of you do.
No,
Why
only
would you
Sha'ah was able to talk to it.
Why would you trust a random spider with something this powerful?
exactly.
Because it's
All
the
right.
only thing that didn't attack us here.
Technically, Egregore didn't attack us.
And, well, it's also the only thing that we didn't, kill. So if we're able to find it, it's the only thing that if we left the orb here, in this exact part of the plane, that could possibly guard it.
How about you all go back to help Tulpa and Onkit, and I'll stay with the orb. I'll keep it safe long enough for you to come back and get me.
Oh my gosh.
I thought you were gonna stay with me to protect me until Indigo comes back.
I'd like to, but orb's very important. You know that thing, right?
Fang looks visibly shocked that you're basically saying it's more important than Fang is.
Yeah, Will looks disappointed, but that is basically what he's saying. If the flesh gets this, that's a lot of people get hurt. Just can't risk it.
Then why don't we just leave it here then?
'Cause there's
Come
no one
back
to
for it
protect
later.
We need some guardian to protect it too. Just like that dragon.
Protecting
Maybe we
is
can.
kind of my thing.
I mean, we're still in this realm. Why can't we just move around, find something, right? We can't just stay here forever.
We could find a creature, but how could we trust that it'll help us? Most of them haven't, and even the spider didn't really help so much as it just didn't attack us.
It tried to help. It tried to tell us how to go back.
I think it sent us toward that big worm, didn't it?
No,
Oh,
it warned
warned
us about the worm.
It did
It told
warn
us
you.
the other way had the
that's right, right,
crystal, and the way the worm had the worm. And it told us how dangerous the worm was.
Wait, Fang, how do you travel again from one place to another?
Oh, Fang will pull out a crystal. To go through the crystal, you think about going somewhere while you hold it.
Wait.
But
You've
you
done
could
this
get
before?
lost. No,
Have you done this before?
I mean, I started to, but I felt like if I moved anywhere, then I might get lost and not be able to find you guys again.
How about just like a quick spot, like over there, from where I'm standing to over there? I point
What?
to the rock. I point to the rock, trying to like. Do you think you can travel from where you're standing to that rock using that crystal?
I mean, why would I need to? I can just walk there.
But
Or,
maybe it's
like-
a quick way we could do it.
I could also use a spell to get over there. But it's kind of a waste of power when we might need to, fight something again or something.
Do you guys remember where you were when we were transported here? Where you were standing?
I was next to Indigo.
I remember that was with Will. How about you,
Um,
Lumaki?
Not really. I don't remember much. Why is that important?
Maybe we could go back just by thinking about where we were before we got here. Maybe this is all just a dream.
I don't think it's a dream, Sha'ah.
I'm gonna reach
And,
over and pinch Sha'ah.
Okay. You pinch him.
1d4 pinch damage.
Oh,
Did
Hey,
that
okay.
hurt?
a little bit, but
I
you
don't
got
think
claws.
I don't think you're in a dream.
oh, did OBS just die on me?
Uh-oh.
Dun, dun, dun.
It did. It did. 1 second.
Okay.
That's
I wonder
crazy.
how long has it been dead to
It just
did you
now.
catch it when it just happened? Okay.
Yeah, I gotta pop up as soon as it happened.
At least there's that. There was no lost
Footage.
roleplay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
See-
technically, you can always download the Twitch video and as a backup.
We should go.
No. He's using OBS to stream to Twitch, though.
Yeah.
So
That's
if
the thing.
OBS crashed,
Oh,
then
did the Twitch crash?
Okay. Yeah, we're back. We're back.
Oh,
I don't know why,
See.
but OBS died for some reason.
Simple Tony Hawk.
that's an ad.
Enjoy your ad. No, it was OBS. It just died. It crashed. I don't think the recording stopped, but the live stream dropped for a second there. But we back.
Weird.
I don't know. It's never done. It's never done it like that before. There's always something
well,
going on.
if the recording did stop, I am also recording just audio on my end. So
Okay,
if you need it, I have it.
should be good. Like the recording saves and stuff. It should be fine. I think. I don't know. Maybe not, actually. No, it looks like we're good. We've been recording for 45 minutes straight. We're fine. Okay. So, where did we? What? What?
Fang
what?
just pinched Sha'ah and is asking if it hurt.
Oh, okay. It feels like you got pinched, Sha'ah.
Okay. Well, it did hurt. I guess I'm not on a dream. You guys can talk it over. I'm just gonna focus on something.
All right, but if you're gonna do that, Sha'ah, maybe be careful.
Okay.
Well, the longer we talk, the more possibility that Onkit and Tulpa are in danger.
I agree.
Wouldn't it be best to just go to the Feywild and get this thing to safety, then go to them right away? I feel like we're going in circles, but we're not even moving.
Quickest course is sending y'all to Onkit and Tulpa and I stay. That's no stops in between. Straight there.
What? What's the
And
question?
then you'll be stuck here until somebody can come get you.
Well, yeah, but
We don't even know exactly where here is.
well, there's that, yeah. But the orb's pretty distinctive, and you know about it, so maybe you can find me through that.
I think we should stick together.
I'm sorry, guys, but I'm not taking this thing to the flesh. So it's either straight to the Feywild, and we have to risk losing on Keat and Tulpa, which I don't want to do, or I gotta stay.
Okay. Well, your feeling happens again, I guess. You know that staying here is not what you're supposed to do. I would think you feel that. Just like you feel that this orb has something to do with your purpose.
You trying to teleport, Sha'ah?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just doing like a point A to point B, like try to do it like in short distances.
All right. Where are you
Getting
trying?
a home
Where are you trying to go?
to the entrance. Or
Entran-
like over here.
to the entrance to this room? Okay, so you're going
Yeah.
You're going a really short distance. Okay. Let me see here. We're gonna do this legit now. I've given you guys enough warnings with this. So, we're gonna play it correctly. Alright? Okay, so everyone else, as Sha'ah's good at meditation. Monk, you know what you're doing. Sha'ah meditates and disappears in multicolored mists that inevitably boil away to nothing. Boom. Let's see here, Sha'ah. What happens next? You find yourself floating free of all features usually visible on the border Ethereal. All you witness is vast waves of vaporous color. It's dense. While you're while you're skirting the curtain of the deep, you can only see within 30 feet of you. There's so much of this iridescent color, technicolor all around you. Walls of color. Okay. Okay.
Can I guide myself?
You can cast guidance on yourself, sure. Let me see here. Where's the thing?
Does he make it save after he disappears?
Yeah, I'm looking for
Damn.
the save. All right. Skirting the curtain. All right. I've got your DC. And it is a what kind of save is it? Where's the short distance travel? Where is it? Where is it? I think it's a wisdom save, but I'm just trying to make sure.
I believe it's a wisdom save because Fang's best stat is wisdom, and I am pretty sure that's how Fang succeeded when they were messing around before.
Yeah, it just says like see above, and then I look above, and there's nothing there. Like I've got it all written out. Maybe I messed up something in the copying it. Let me check the actual handout, maybe? Go ahead and make a wisdom save, Sha'ah, just in case. I should be able to find this pretty quick. Alright, 20. 20 would do it.
Plus your 1d4.
Oh. Guidance doesn't give. It's just ability check.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking of the other one.
No, it's resistance.
Alright. Yeah. Okay. Alright. You succeed. Creature enters deep. Border must make a check to determine if they successfully re-enter. Regardless, the creature's success or failure takes time. unless the creature wishes to return from the same spot. Unless the creature wishes to re-enter the curtain at the same location, it takes the creature. Ooh. Roll me a d10.
D10.
Oh, buddy. Okay. Okay. All right. You find yourself traversing, floating through this vaporous color for quite some time. Hours
Can I-
pass.
Hours. Okay.
Hours turn into days. Now, back with the rest of you all, Sha'ah has disappeared.
Hey. Is there more to that?
What are you doing? I'm not gonna tell you. I'm not gonna. You don't. For all you know, Sha'ah just disappeared. You have no idea what's happening.
Fang saw that Sha'ah disappeared and like jumped up. They had climbed on the rock to watch Sha'ah. And when they saw Sha'ah disappear, she's like, "Whoa, is that what I did when I used the crystal?" And then, if nobody says
it look the same?
anything, which is
I can't remember what the description was of what happened to Fang. So.
Fang didn't use the crystal. Fang thinks they used the crystal. I think for some reason. Was it the crystal, Fang?
Fang thought it not the crystal that Will touched, but one of the crystals along the wall. Fang thought that because the crystal centaur things had come from like basically from where the crystals were.
Yeah.
That's how you traveled. So Fang thinks that you travel through the crystal, but you don't.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured was going on there. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Does it look the same as when Fang did it though?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about the gist of it.
So what do we do now?
It only took a minute for Fang to come back last time, right?
If that. Yeah. Maybe a
If
couple.
that.
Yeah.
Well, he should reappear. Unless he got lost.
Fang's gonna scramble back down the rock and move over to where, or next to where Sha'ah was.
Mhm.
No, exactly where Sha'ah was.
Sha'ah, you're floating through an ocean of vapor and color and lights. You still sort of, you're not lost. You feel like you can still tell where you're supposed to go. But as you move, it feels like you move, say, 100 feet, and then you realize that the place you're going has moved also. Maybe it's moved like 90 feet. So it's taking you a really long time to get there. It's kind of like in a dream when you like a hallway stretches out, you know, like that kind of thing. You can still see before you start to walk away or to float away. You can see floating lights, bright lights where your friends were standing. There's also an extra light there, so you got 3 lights for each of your friends. One of those lights is flickering, one of those 3 lights, and then there's the 4th light there is a bit dim, kind of like a pale blue color. The others are bright, probably. besides the one that's the one that's flickering is probably green. I don't know. What color is your light, Lumaki?
My light?
Yeah, what color is your light?
Blue.
All right. What color is your light, Fang?
The goldenish color of my eyes.
All right. Will, do you think yours is probably green?
Actually, it'd probably be chartreuse,
Okay.
just like a yellow green.
Right on. Okay. Fair enough. And the fourth one is like a pale blue color, like kind of like a lifeless blue, almost like a gray blue.
So it's like dimming.
Do what?
It's dimmed. That
Yeah,
green one.
the chartreuse one is flickering. It's flickering on and off like a fluorescent light bulb in a rundown Dollar General. The pale blue one is just kind of dim, but there's also a bright blue one, like right next to it.
I tried to do mage hands and send my dog.
Mage hand, you said?
Mhm.
Can you link the spell, please? Conjuration.
I believe that's one of the ones that works, isn't it?
As long as it doesn't summon animals or creatures.
That are from the Celestial, I think. Because I remember when you described it before, from the Fae still worked or something.
Spells that summon... Here, I'll read it word for word. The ethereal plane only connects to the inner planes, prime material plane, and various demi-planes. Spells that summon creatures from the astral plane or outer planes automatically fail. Only special
Yeah.
magic items called spell keys allow a creature to summon creatures from these planes of existence. See the spell keys sidebar for details. And that's pretty much all it says. Oh, it does say the spell Find Familiar also fails unless it's used to summon a fey creature from an appropriate realm adjacent to the prime material. So I think
Mage Hand's not
Hand
really
works.
conjuring.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, it's
that-
not really conjuring anything or any animal or creature.
What do you do with the Mage Hand, Sha'ah?
I just try to make the spectral creature like move through it. If it disappears by the flames or the light.
Okay. Yeah, you realize as you're doing this, it's taking you a really long time to gather your focus to do it. And then as the Mage Hand starts to move, it moves really slowly. And it may take you couple hours to do this. That's how slow it feels like you're moving. But you do it. The Mage Hand gets up to the light. It passes right through the light with no interaction.
Okay. Amazing.
Time just feels like it's just dragging on for you. Even just like thinking, processing a thought in your head, as you normally it feels like that's instantaneous, right? It seems like it takes, like you lose track of time. That's how long it feels like it's been. You're at first you're like, how long have I been here? Just a few minutes, a few hours, no days, no weeks, longer. And then at some point it starts to feel like maybe you've always been here. Like you can't
Do
remember.
I feel hungry?
No. No, you never
Okay.
get hungry, you never get tired. It just feels like it's it just feels like it's taking a long time. Like you forget what it was like outside of this. You're here so long. All right, back to everybody else. What are you guys doing?
How long has it been for us?
Few minutes.
Minutes?
Yeah, we're jumping right back into it with you guys. Unless you want to sit here and be like, okay, we're gonna wait for 8 hours and see what happens. You guys can do that.
Starting to get a bit worried he hasn't come back yet.
Well, what other options do we have? Ubrimah, do you know where he is?
Ubrimah kind of solemnly shakes his head, and he says, "I'm afraid not. I do know that doing that is very risky, unless you're from this place, or you have cause to be here. Things that don't belong in the Ethereal, they tend to get lost."
Maybe he needs someone to be his anchor, but that can't be me because I'm still Indigo's anchor.
Become an anchor.
What?
How do you become an anchor?
I think you just think about the person.
Yeah, and if you have anything that once belonged to him, I think that's what you said, right, Ubrimah?
He nods.
Do you have
Can
anything
I-
of his? Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Do you have anything that was his?
Really?
Oh, he has something that was mine. My
Divine
cloak.
sense. Okay. Undead, standing right in front of you.
Yeah. I think we already knew that, though, right?
I don't know, did you?
I think he mentioned that he
He mentioned being
found a
lich.
way to skirt death, so, yeah.
Yeah. I think he did mention that he's
And he's a ghost, so
Yeah, yeah.
it's fine. Nothing else, I assume.
I'm looking. Does it only work on creatures?
It only works on celestial, fiend, or undead.
Yeah.
And I think it's only creatures.
But not as
You need one that
also
detects
detect
Fey.
the presence of any place or object that has been concentrated or desecrated, as with the hollow spell.
So anything that's like really good or evil, maybe you could sense it.
You sense celestial too.
The orb?
Yeah.
Alright. I mean, Will's just like trying to like become an anchor, so he's just reaching out with different senses and seeing what he feels. Seeing if he can find her.
Yeah, I think that's about all you get.
Okay.
All right, so you guys just gonna sit here and hang out?
That's we don't no idea what to do now.
How long do you wait?
How long before Ubrimah starts getting itchy?
I think considering what's just happened, he'll give you time. You know, like maybe a day, 2.
He's the one that kept saying
Yeah, but
Heaven isn't patient.
as soon as yeah, but there's some other stuff going on here with time in general. Time works differently in the Ethereal a little bit. But yeah. I
What
mean,
do
he's
we
not-
do? We want to wait for a day, guys? What are we doing?
We can't leave without him. Then we'll have 2 people who we have to be anchors for.
Why do people just keep disappearing? Can't they just stay with us?
Speaking of people disappearing, I have something that was Will's, so it's fine. Can I have something of yours in case you disappear so I can be your anchor?
I thought you said you can't be multiple people's anchors.
Well, I mean, Indigo's priority, but I mean, if I can't be your anchor, then I could give your item to somebody else. I'll just be your item keeper. Fang is eyeing your earring, by the way.
That's kind of suspicious.
Giving me something else in return so I can be your anchor.
Fang will dig through their bag and pull out one of the jet black spider statuettes. You can have this!
Okay.
Is it the correct
And
one?
and Lumaki is gonna look through his bag and give you a glowing blue mushroom. Don't eat it. This is for you, okay?
Oh, I already have 5. What if it gets mixed up with mine?
Then you need to make sure it stays separate. That's your responsibility.
Okay, I'll keep this one in my pouch instead. And
Oh.
Fang will put it in their pouch.
And I'll take the spider statue.
okay. You guys swap items.
But it doesn't really help us find Sha'ah. Now does
Well,
it?
Sha'ah has my cloak, so maybe he can use that to feel a connection to me.
I'd bet that Ankita's probably thinking of Sha'ah too, being his wife and all.
Fang shrugs.
So should we just wait here?
Are you able to? Are you able to cast that spell today and then again tomorrow, Ubrimah?
He nods.
Maybe this is a sign then. I have to wait for Sha'ah anyways.
See, we should have done that earlier before he disappeared. That's what happens
Yeah.
when we just wait. Told you we should have gone already.
Want me to go look for him?
No, that sounds like a bad idea. You could get
I mean,
lost
he
while
has
looking
my
for him.
cloak.
Should we? Can you make the mansion again, Ubrimah? Is that a thing?
Let me check and see if he can.
Or the tower, I guess is probably what he'd call it.
Hang on. There it is. Let's see. Looks like he can. Yeah, because he long rested while inside of it. He gets one of those
Right.
a day.
All right. Well, why don't you put up the tower, and then they could go inside, and me and you could go to the Feywild, and then you could bring us back tomorrow.
He says, I thought
What?
I already explained to you I cannot go to the Feywild.
Why?
I can send you there, but I cannot set foot there. Not anymore.
Do you know Oberon? Did you have contact with him? Could he send me back?
Can't he just take all of us to the Feywild, and then we have someone take us back here?
That'd work too, as long as we can get back.
Why come back here?
Because now we gotta find Sha'ah. Unless, wait a minute, Fang, can you message Sha'ah the way you did Indigo?
It only works to talk to the other person who has the other stone like this one.
Damn.
And I already used it to talk to Indigo. He still hasn't talked to me back. Well, I mean, he said he's busy and that the plan sounds okay, but he said he would explain one later, I think. And he hasn't. He must be really busy.
Sha'ah. For a few days now, you've been staring at these lights and trying to interact with them as you're sort of moving further and further from them.
Uh-huh.
Something else happens. It's been a couple days since we seen you last time. You notice now that there are these. You can still see the lights off in the distance, but there's these other things. These sort of like, they look kind of like zigzag worms. They're like made of light. They sort of crackle like lightning. They're tiny. They don't look as big as the lights, but there's several of them that are sort of gathering around the lights as you're sort of moving away. And you can see them like, they almost look like little inchworms, but they're made of light and kind of shaped like lightning bolts. And they crackle and they move suddenly, but only like a few feet or a few inches from your perspective. And they're moving, they're zoning in on these group of lights that you're watching. They're like sort of surrounding them, and they keep inching towards them, trying to get closer and closer. And you watch them do that for several days, at least. They seem to be just making their way closer and closer to these lights.
You didn't take notice of me?
Are you trying to hide?
Not really. Just observing. Since they're moving toward that way, I don't know where they're coming from.
They're sort of coming from everywhere. Let's see here. Let me see if they see you. They do have blind sight. Okay.
Wow.
That is not a good roll. They don't seem to notice you. You're probably quite far away at this point, like at the edge of your vision.
I did attune to Fang's cloak, or was it cloak of displacement.
It's a real bad roll for them.
It's like a 1 in 400 roll.
They don't do well on the same plane of existence as something else. Okay.
Oh.
They don't spot you. You just
Is it
watch
two
them.
negative ones? Oh, 2 1s? Damn. Alright. I look at them.
It is 2 1s.
And then I try to head back to the light and then just think about where I was earlier. Because it seems like they're gonna fight that light.
So wait, are you changing course now and trying to go back to the spot you just left? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because if they're heading there, then are they already like surrounding them, or
I mean,
are they
they're moving towards them. They move slow like you.
right?
So you've been watching them for days, and they're getting closer to these lights. But yeah, it could be that they're still a few days away from them. It could be months. Hard to tell. Do you want to try to make a check and see if you can?
Yeah.
All right.
What check would it be?
Let's say.
Insight or
I'll allow insight or perception.
okay.
Okay. So you've been watching them for a few days. I think to you it looks like maybe they're about halfway. They've closed the gap halfway, so maybe another couple days. They'll probably be able to make contact with the lights.
Couple of days. Okay. Now I'm sharpen this like version. Or can I use my mage hand again to try to touch them with my swarm?
Okay.
One of the monsters, at least.
Yeah.
Or a swarm.
Yeah. Sure. You can do that. Cast Mage Hand. The range is greater than 30 feet, right?
Yeah, it's now 60.
Okay. Structure floating hand. All right. What do you plan on doing with the hand?
If it's less than 10 pounds, I try to move it aside. Like, try to move the swarm back to where it was.
Well, you can only grab one of them at a time, I think. Oh, it is a... Well, yeah. It is a swarm. I forgot you could see what the creature is. Yeah, okay. They are less than 10 pounds. Do you have to make a check or anything to grab it? No?
I don't think so.
Alright.
It's up to you.
Okay. You're gonna grab a hold of as many of them as you can with your hand. Sure.
And push it back.
How far? I mean, you can only go 30. You can only go 30. Does it have to be? Do you have to be able to see where you put it? I don't think you have to be able to see the hand, do you? No, you don't. All right. So your vision is 30 feet, and they're at the edge of your vision. So they're about 30 feet away from you. Your hand grabs it. What direction you put them in, and how far?
Further back. Like, if they're going north, I push them back.
Yeah, you says you can move the hand up to 30 feet. So you can push it like 30 feet further back. That's fine. You push them all 30 feet away from the lights in the opposite direction, I would assume. But you lose sight of them. The hand disappears from view also. It's obscured by the iridescent sort of fog background. And this occurs over the course of probably a couple hours. You know the spell normally doesn't last that long.
Yeah.
Okay. So you feel your hand move them 30 feet. And then you feel them wriggle free of the hand. You can't see the hand or them now. And are you still moving back towards the group? You are?
Maybe it's good to stop where I am. Just think that I'm still like I'll just stop where I am. That's basically what Sha'ah is doing. So
Okay.
that break focus what he was trying to do.
You're gonna break focus? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So you're basically trying to come back somewhere along your journey across the room. You're trying to fade back into the border. I don't know if I can really give you another roll for that. Yeah, it's all about exiting. Yeah, it would be the same thing, basically. So you can whether you wait here or continue on to your destination, you're gonna be stuck here the same amount of time.
Okay. Then I'll at least just try to. Do I notice that nothing's happening while I'm just standing here?
I mean, things are happening just really slowly. Like the lights are even moving slightly and stuff.
Okay. So just do this. I'll use my visage of the astral self, and I'll try to communicate with those in like whatever those lights are.
Word of the spirit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Just because it's visage of the astral self, I'll let it work. Sure.
I'll ask like, what are you guys doing?
Okay, which one of the creatures do you target? Which light?
Closer to the flickering one.
Closer to the flickering one or the flickering one?
Oh shoot! Yeah, the flickering one.
Okay.
Now I'm.
Will, you hear a voice in your head again. It sounds different this time. It sounds kind of like that friend of yours who disappeared a few minutes ago.
Okay. Oh, I hear.
Sha'ah?
Why is your light flickering?
Sha'ah, is that you?
And I like, help me! I don't know what to do.
You can't speak back to him, Will. You can only hear him.
Oh. Well, I mean, I speak in my head because the other guy can hear me when I say it.
But he can't hear you.
So then I just hear, help me, I don't know what to do.
Yeah. His ability only lets him speak to you. Direct his words to you. But you cannot, you can respond in your head, but you can't tell if you're being heard. And Sha'ah,
are you there?
Sha'ah, you don't hear anything in response.
Okay. I'll just say something's heading towards you. Just letting you know.
Guys, I think I hear Sha'ah in my head.
The person in your head.
What?
There's another person in your head?
I really hope not. But I can hear
You hear-
Sha'ah.
You hear a lot of voices in your head. Are you sure you're okay?
Will just gives Fang a frustrated look. Like, this is not the time. Like Will keeps trying a few times. Like, Sha'ah, where are you? What are you doing? But I think eventually he realizes he's not getting responses to his questions.
What is he saying?
He said help. He doesn't know what to do, and that there's something heading towards us. And Will picks up the orb.
Okay. Pick up the orb.
Just holding it.
I guess Lumaki will ready his weapon.
You see anything, Fang? I mean, they can only come at us from one direction, right?
Does Fang notice anything?
Make a perception check.
Alright. Passive is 26. 35!
Jesus, 35. Looking around. Smelling the air. No. Doesn't seem to be anything around.
I think you're just thinking about Sha'ah so hard that you're hearing things.
No, I don't think so.
I don't hear anything. And
Until I came
hear
to this place, I
everything.
never heard voices in my head. Maybe that's the thing here. Will's gonna think at Fang. Can you hear me, Fang?
Fang just looks at you like, what are you doing?
Yeah, maybe not.
No response.
Asks again, Egregore, are you there?
No response.
Little bitch. He'll just sighs. Now what do we do? Do you remember, Fang, when you talked to Indigo and he said that he could see us, but we couldn't see him? I think something similar has happened to Sha'ah.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, no one try to teleport anymore, please.
What if I did do what I did
Nope.
last time? Where
No, let's not do that.
I don't try
That
and
sounds
move
like a
anywhere
bad
at
idea.
all. I just
I don't
look
think
in
we're going to
there.
do that this time,
I
okay?
I
Alright,
could just
great.
look.
Cool, thanks for cooperating.
I'm gonna go look. And then Fang's
No,
gonna start to move off.
Oh
As
god.
long as you're not teleporting.
What are you doing, Fang? What are you doing?
Fang wants to go like when they went there before. They just like kind of went into whatever the space was, but they didn't move, and that's what Fang wants to do again. Is just like go into that space and because if Sha'ah can see us, then maybe Fang could see Sha'ah when Fang tries looking in that.
This is the way that this campaign ends.
This is one by one. I get you all stuck in the deep.
And Will just stays here forever.
Guard this orb. Okay, Fang. Let me see here. Holy crap, guys.
Just Will and the voices in his
You
head.
guys are told not to push the button, and you just have to push it, don't you? You just have to. You can't just not push the button. Let's see.
I'm gonna go back to
here.
building my new character.
Do I need to give you? Do I need to give you a sheet, Wolf?
I've been making one on my own campaign. I figured I'd just port it over.
Okay.
How do we roll stats? I forget.
We do
Is it just
46.
46. Keep the or drop the lowest. I mean.
Yeah, drop the lowest. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Fang, hang on. It is different if you don't try to go anywhere. So, just give me a second here. Okay, Fang. You disappear. Just like Sha'ah. Boop. Okay. Oh my gosh.
Do I need to make a save or no? Because I'm not moving.
You do need to make the save.
Okay. I'm just trying to go through all my stuff real quick to see if I have advantage on, but I don't think I do.
DC is the same as Sha'ah's was.
I want to use my inspiration.
Okay.
$22.
All right, that's a success. Okay. Okay. You find yourself in a sea of vaporous color. And you look around. With your high passive perception, you see off to one side of you these little strands of light shaped like lightning bolts. They're tiny, but there's a bunch of them. They're all grouped together. They seem to be moving. You just got here, so it's hard to tell where they're moving, but they're almost like, just looking at them, they're almost like vibrating, kind of. On the opposite side of you, you see Sha'ah. Now, Sha'ah, you were continuing to move to your destination, is that right? Or did
No,
you-
I'm stopping.
Oh, that's right. You stopped and you're... Okay. So just at the edge of your vision, you see Sha'ah just floating in this sort of technicolor mist. Sha'ah, you see the orange light turn into a cat person.
Fang.
Can I hear when Sha'ah says Fang?
I suppose so. I think so.
Alright.
Yeah.
Then Fang will be like, "Oh, I hear you. What Will said he could hear you in his head. Is that true?
Yeah, I spoke to him with my visage.
He said that you said something was coming for us or something.
Yeah, those lights over there.
Oh,
I tried to push them back.
when are you coming back?
Sha'ah, by the way, like, you forgot what Fang looked like. That's how long you've been gone. Like, just to put it in perspective. You've been here for a lifetime. Sha'ah.
In this area. Okay. Well, I don't know how I could get back, but I'm trying to focus.
Oh, so you have my cloak that I gave you. So just like say that's our connection and use me as your anchor.
Okay. I'll do that.
Okay, bye. And
Wait,
Fang.
I'll do it in Wolfrin bonnet with you. First.
You do what, Sha'ah?
Okay, bye.
Oh, you-
See you in a lifetime.
I'll do the emboldening bond.
Okay. Emboldening bond for you and Fang.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then Fang, you go back to what you were doing?
Yeah, Fang goes to pop back into where everybody else is.
Alright, because you didn't move, you just stood in one place, I don't think you faced the time dilation. Let me make sure. Returns to the same spot. Same location. Okay, yeah. Yeah, because you didn't move, you don't face time dilation at all. So,
Cool.
because you were just looking, you weren't trying to get anywhere. So, poof. Fang reappears.
Hey, Will, guess what? It's not all in your head. It was actually Sha'ah, and Sha'ah said that there was some light. They're like little things of light, and they're coming for us. Also, I told him to use me as his anchor because he has my cloak.
Get me to keep those anchors.
Well, I'm gonna be his anchor for a minute because Inigo still hasn't said he's gonna try, so I think it's fine.
How come you were able to pop back here, but Sha'ah did not?
I didn't ask.
Why didn't you ask?
Well, because there's things coming this way.
Hey, Fang, how far away from him were you?
How far away was I?
About 30 feet.
Okay, so remember how you said I can't be more than like a certain distance from you? I was about half that.
All right. Do you remember where he was?
He was that way, right?
Yes. So, okay, Sha'ah was right here. Wait, okay. Sha'ah was right here when
He was right next to where Fang is right now.
when Sha'ah disappeared. Now, Sha'ah, where was the... Can you show me the location you were trying to teleport to? Again? It's right here? Right here.
Somewhere
the
to do that.
entrance.
Yeah,
The
there
entrance, right?
somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me just do a... So that's 100 feet. So Sha'ah is about 30 feet from you. So Sha'ah would be like right around here somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Sha'ah, I just sent you a DM on Discord I want you to take a look at because that whole thing had more than one meaning, I think. The whole thing I just sent you, we've used it for other things. But I think it applies here as well.
Okay.
So if you wanted to like hurry up,
Yeah, I'll just use essence.
Did Fang say that he was stuck or something?
Fang said that they didn't ask, why he was taking so long.
You know, I told you he said that he didn't know what to do and to help. Right, Fang?
Yeah, so I told him to use
So-
me as his anchor.
Fang, make an insight
but-
check. Oop. 24.
24.
When you saw Sha'ah just looked so happy to see your face. Just like ecstatic. The happiest you've ever seen Sha'ah. And also seemed kind of mentally out of it. Like maybe they had been isolated for an extended period of time.
Yeah, so I
Maybe
told him
he doesn't know how to
use
get
his
back.
cloak. Yeah, I told him since I gave him the cloak and I wore it for a long time, you know, so I told him it's our connection and to use me as his anchor.
Why didn't you just like grab him and bring him back?
Cause I told you I wasn't gonna move.
You go back there, tell him to
I
come
was-
to you, and then bring him back.
Maybe you can, I don't know, move to where he was and then do your thing, and he can just grab on.
Okay.
What thing?
Before we go to break, we cut back to Sha'ah. Sha'ah, you want to do anything before we get a break?
Yeah. How does it work?
Here, I got actually I want to do this. I want to do this, Sha'ah, cuz I've got a sort of thing for this. If it'll load. How does the movement work is what you're asking?
Yeah.
So think of it like this. You are 30 feet into your 100-foot journey across the room.
Right.
You could use that to move. The ability that I just sent you. You could
Mhm.
use that to move anywhere. If you get to the spot you were moving to, you will instantly reappear in the room. You have 70 feet to get there, I think. That's the problem. right? Now it's gonna take you significantly longer if you don't do that. But I'm not gonna sit here and tell you it'll be forever. I haven't told you guys how long it's gonna take IRL time, like for Fang and them, and intentionally, right? But this is where you are right now. There's no.
So when he gets back to us, he's just going to be insane from isolation.
boat, I don't know. Maybe not. You get rid of that.
All right, I'm gonna use it to move to where I want it to move.
So you're gonna burn
So
70
he's
HP and just go the
Yeah.
full distance. All right.
Yeah.
So we see Sha'ah before we cut to break. We see Sha'ah floating in this void of vaporous colored mist, and then we see Sha'ah's form suddenly move really quickly through the mist. As you do, Sha'ah, we see part of yourself stay behind. You guys ever seen that movie, Chronicles of Riddick or whatever, with like Vin Diesel?
Yeah.
Where those necromorph guys, I forget what necromongers or something. They have this special ability where they can like misty step kind of, but like their ghost form goes ahead of where they are, like in the timeline. Kind of is the way it works, like it sort of like time travels or something. It looks like that. We see like a clone of you stay behind where you were floating, and the real you sort of like rush ahead really quickly. There's this sort of like spectral trail that connects the two of you, and as you like reach the end of that range, that 70-foot range, we see you appear there, and then the sort of spectral form of you and the trail evaporate off the back of you, like turn into dust and fade into the vaporous color mist. You lose 70 HP and 70 max HP also.
Mm-hmm.
So what does that put you down to?
18.
18. All right. Let's do
So-
this.
When Fang first went in there and you gave me the information, you said that the reduction only lasts until we finish a short or long rest.
Hmm?
I'm assuming this is the same thing, right?
It is.
Okay. So at least Fang would know that Sha'ah will probably need to rest.
Yeah.
Unless Sha'ah also figured that out, right?
I don't know. Did you explain it to everybody? Because you figured out, like, mechanically how it works, right? That was something I gave you separately. I suppose.
Yeah.
I suppose if you took the time to explain it to everyone, and, like, doesn't have to be like in character. Could have been between scenes or something like that. But if you did that, then yeah, Sha'ah could know that they're gonna need to rest. Now, Sha'ah, you definitely would feel significantly weaker.
Weaker, yeah.
Yeah, like you feel a significant portion of your soul torn away as you do this, but it does bring you back to the room. Now, when you return, you feel weaker physically. You can tell immediately that not as much time has passed as it felt like it to you. Let me put you over here. Boom. So you're back in the room there, and I probably gotta fix your tokens HP, I reckon. Oh, whoops. No, you're at 18. I don't know. I did it twice. Oh, it's because max HP is down, so it looks like you have full HP. Got it. Okay. But yeah, I mean, you're able to, like, you, as soon as you get back, you're not hungry or anything. You just feel a lot weaker, and kind of tired. You can feel that your life, you're a monk. You can feel like your life force, your chi, has been sapped away at the cost of getting back sooner. It would have been, just so you all know, it would have been at minimum 10 hours for everyone else that you would have been gone if we waited. But
Sha'ah.
from your perspective, it would have been significantly longer than that.
Can they see me from here?
I don't know. Can you guys got dark vision that goes 100 feet out?
Fang can see.
I have
You
120.
Sean.
I have 120 feet.
I
Alright.
cannot see him.
Yeah.
Unless there's actually like light there, and then I can.
Well, that body was on fire. I don't know if it's...
But it's
Probably
been like
not by
8
now.
hours
It's
since.
been,
Yeah.
it's been a long time.
Or
probably-
more.
I probably would have gone out by now. Like,
Oh, okay. Then no, I can't see him.
And Shaw's on the floor, like, very hurt, and then falls asleep.
You're just gonna go right to
Fang-
sleep right there. Okay.
Fang would rush over as soon as they see
Also
Sha'ah.
rush over.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's a good place to go to
But-
break because we need to go to break
Yeah.
for
Where y'all going? All right.
Ferdy and Kyo. So, yeah, we see Sha'ah reappear, collapse on the floor, and everyone else start running over. That's where we got a break. Everybody get yourself something to drink, go to the restroom. We'll be back here in a couple minutes, like 5 or 10 minutes. And we'll see what these guys do. Holy cow.
Are we continuing without?
No,
Ferdy, or-
we're continuing.
Yeah, but we're just
Oh,
It'll
okay.
be-
I'm just it's gonna take them 30 minutes to do what they need to do. But I'm just taking the break now, so at least we can cushion that by like 5 or 10 minutes. But we'll be back
Okay.
before that, and we'll continue without them. I reckon Sha'ah will be passed out, probably. I don't know. We'll see when we get back. All right, we'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks, guys. All right, bye. All right, I am back. Let's see how these guys are doing. Hey, you guys here?
I'm here.
Fang's been really attentive this whole time, just staring. Right, like I'm waiting, ready to go. I can see it on your cat face. Just- All right. We got Wolf here. It might just be us three for a little while here. Wolf's not back yet.
Well, they messaged. They got what they're getting and are heading back. So
Oh,
they
well, that was
should be
pretty quick.
back fairly soon.
Oh. Cool. We'll be back sooner than expected. So, I see there might be a plot hole or two over that away if you guys want to go take a dive. Are you guys okay? Do you need to talk to somebody? Cause I'm worried. I'm worried we're throwing our characters away into the deep ethereal.
No, Fang's fine. Fang's not moving.
Yeah, okay. I'm just making sure. You guys
Fang-
are doing some crazy stuff lately, so.
Fang doesn't want to get lost because they have to be Indigo's anchor. So if they get lost, then everything's messed up. And they might never find Indigo. So Fang has to not get lost.
Yeah.
That's Fang's logic.
Also, it's like, it's a big decision what you should do. There's the whole issue of, this is all centered around the whole issue of we don't know what to do with this orb. Like, we know it's, everything we could do sounds like a big risk.
Yeah.
So it seems like you guys are struggling to make the right decision.
I still like both of my ideas.
There's this term, I can't remember what it's called, but there's like an expression for this idea that, I don't know, I heard it quoted in a movie or something, and it's like basically talking about about war or like being a commander and having to make a strategical decision. And the idea is that you can't waste time trying to obsessing over it, hoping you'll make the right decision, trying to figure out which decision is the correct one. Because not making a decision quickly is a decision that can cost you so much more than making the wrong one. So it's like basically the idea that sometimes it's better to just pick an option and go with it rather than like than wait and try to make a better decision, because things are happening quickly, right? Is the idea. Now that being said, well, this is Forest of Flesh. Let's be honest. It is a war. It is a war. I am at war with you guys. And the as you struggle to decide, the swarm of cerebral ethereal parasites draws nearer. And now Sha'ah is not in the deep to hold them off of you. Good luck with that. I hope Wolf is okay. I hope Wolf didn't fall in. Wolf, if you're back, you are still muted. Just letting you know. I don't think he is back.
You might have thought that we were waiting for the other two to get back.
I don't know. Oh, sounds like he's gonna leave Will in the ethereal plane, maybe. I don't know. Maybe he's rolling his new character. The funny thing is that we're like really close to the end of the arc. I thought we were. Now I always say that I like to improvise a lot of things, because I feel like no matter what you you can try to plan for everything, right? You can try to plan for all the variables of what the players can decide to do.
And then the players will throw a new variable at.
They always do. Every single time. They will decide
I am chaos incarnate. Cannot plan what I will plan.
Yep.
That's why I play chaotic character.
Yeah.
Well, since we're still waiting for everybody, I don't know how many people we actually have in Twitch chat, but does anybody have questions that we could answer?
Maury says you guys love nuking my plans every week. Yes.
That's true.
You guys do a great job at it. That's for sure. We lost Wolf. He moved to the AFK channel because he's AFK. The bot got him.
The bot.
Yeah, I don't know. If you got any questions, now's a good time for Q&A, I suppose, while we wait.
Yeah.
Maury, Unrooted, folks in the chat, if you guys got any questions, anything you want answered. Obviously, if it's like really spoilery, I can't like give you a direct answer necessarily. Yeah, I mean, you're right, Maury. You're right. I definitely love that you guys keep me on my toes. Absolutely. Did I plan on pulling out the cerebral parasites today? Nope. Not at all.
Is this your way of getting us to just like make a decision and go.
just to give some intensity. Okay. All right. Well, if you guys are gonna really like take this long and struggle with it, I'm gonna make other things happen in the background. That's what I did during our first arc. I started with that stuff. I remember telling you guys, like, okay, you can take a few days to march out here, but there's gonna be things happening in the background. And then the village burned to the ground.
Unrooted says, I'm afraid to ask if this is actually spoilerly. Has the door closed on the tower, basically doing a new Big Bang to restart the universe?
Has the door closed on the tower, doing a new Big Bang? Oof. New Big Bang, probably not exactly how it would happen. I'm gonna say no, the door's not closed on it. Actually, I'm just gonna say door has not closed on New Big Bang actually happening to restart the universe, I suppose.
Oh, Vash is counting on a new soft restart.
Yeah.
In fact, that is his goal.
There may
Somewhat.
what I will say is that there may come a time when that door is closed. What's up, Wolf? Welcome back.
Yep.
Sha'ah's favorite ice cream flavor. Yeah, Sha'ah's a sheep centaur. Yes, correct, Maury. Thank you. Sha'ah has made clothes out of his own hair and given it as a gift to someone. That is a thing that has happened.
He sold some of it.
He did sell
for,
some
like,
of it, yeah.
Was it a couple gold per bundle or something? And then he made something he was gonna give to Orilyn and ended up giving it to Ankit, I think.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, yeah.
Because he never got the chance to give it to Orilyn, so. But it was like.
Oh, speak of the devil. Speak of the sheep centaur.
Yeah, it was like a wedding gift instead of giving it to Orilyn.
Yeah.
He gave it as a wedding gift to the red wool dress.
Oh yeah, because he got a tonic for regrowing hair from a dwarf.
Yeah,
and it
yeah.
made him grow like coarse dwarf hair, and that's the part that he used to make this other thing that he ended up giving to Ankit.
Yeah. And it made it grow like basically overnight or something.
Yeah.
It was like dwarf beard grow potion, but he put it all over his body or something like that. It was something like that. Yeah, that was funny. It was funny. It was great stuff. Yep, that's the thing that's happened.
Is he still regrowing? I don't know how long it takes for sheep to regrow their wool, but usually only shear them like once a year, so.
Yep. So probably
He's not as fluffy as his picture
Maybe-
says he is.
Maybe it grew the moment like he left that plane. What was it? The cloud? Where did he go right now?
the deep ethereal, you mean?
Yeah. Didn't time like move or not?
For you, yes. Time seemed to you seem to be there for years and years and years.
Oh, yeah.
But when you came back, your body didn't age or anything like that. Like when you got back, you hadn't aged. Like you weren't hungry yet. Yeah. It just like your perception of time is what was affected there. Is Fang gonna have some lamb chops if sheep dies? All right. Well, we got Ferdy and Wolf. We got Kyo coming back. Ferdy.
Yeah, he's getting ready.
All right. Well, I reckon we can jump back in with Sha'ah appearing nearby. I guess you could be on the ground. You could just sort of be floating in the air, because remember, there's still no gravity here.
Oh yeah, he's floating in the air.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Just-
didn't need to climb up that rock. I could just float up
Yeah.
it.
So yeah, I guess we fade back in on that. What are you guys doing? Me,
Lumaki checks on Sha'ah anyways. And if he's not moving, he'll drag him back to the rest of the group.
okay, you can do that. I'll move Sha'ah closer to everyone.
Fang
else.
is helping, but less helping drag Sha'ah and more making sure he's okay.
All
He
right.
doesn't look so good.
I think he just needs to sleep a little bit, like you did. Before I woke you up.
Good thing we weren't in a rush or anything.
Oh yeah, there was those things that he said were coming.
Yep.
What things? Oh,
Well,
right.
It
The
was
warning.
like a lot of little lights that are moving.
But they're still coming.
I mean, I would assume. I don't know. He didn't say anything when he came back.
Should we be worried, or? I haven't seen any lights. I mean, if they're little lights, at least we'll see them coming.
Yeah, totally.
When Fang was looking at Sha'ah in the other place, and Sha'ah was like 30 feet away from them, how far were the little light thing?
They're about 30 feet, but in the opposite direction. Like you would be standing in the middle of Sha'ah and on one side. And
Oh,
this-
so they were like that way.
yeah, because when Sha'ah moved them, Sha'ah said that push them in the opposite direction as far as I can, which was 30 feet. So they
Okay.
pushed, and once they got pushed outside, like more than 5 feet, they were outside of Sha'ah's range of vision. So
Yeah. So then Fang will point in that direction and say, they were that way, and they were like, I mean, not beyond the wall, I think. I think you'd
Bill
see
looks
them.
over there.
they could have been beyond the wall, actually, because Sha'ah was
I
like
assume didn't see any walls in that place.
down here. So
Oh,
yeah,
true,
they're-
they could have been.
yeah, you couldn't see any walls while you're there, but they could have been like, yeah, somewhere in
But-
there.
Maybe since they were that way, we should go towards the entrance. Where we just dragged Sha'ah from. Just in case.
I mean, now that Shaw's back, couldn't we just go back into the tower and be safe there?
Oh yeah, can we do that?
Ubrimah says, I suppose if that would be better, I wouldn't want anyone else to get lost. Yeah, he'll cast Magnificent Mansion or whatever.
Or
Uh,
whatever.
I mean, he waves his hands in front of his face. He pulls out some molasses, a rusty spring, and some herbs, and rubs them together between his hands before tracing an upside-down sigil of a triangle and a circle in the air. An invisible portal appears in front of you. Somehow, even though it's invisible. and you guys can step into the mansion. You guys want to get into the mansion? I guess I'm assuming you guys want to. It's kind of a big deal.
Guess so.
Yes.
Big deal to.
So we all crawl back into the mansion.
So let me do this.
And
Let
we
me
delay making a decision for another day.
let me just get rid of this freaking pit here. And I gotta put this.
And this time there's no gold piles, I assume, because it's a brand new.
You know what?
Wait,
You're right.
wait a minute. If his mansion can move between planes, why can't we just get out on a different plane?
That was no, different thing. So
That was the more permanent one.
the tower. Okay, so the mansion, the sanctum, was just one room in the tower. Basically, the magnificent mansion was just his
Okay.
sanctum, which is one room of the tower. The tower was like its whole other own thing. It was like something he built probably over like millennia or some crap. I don't know. That's kind of how I've been envisioning it. The sanctum was just like the one room in the tower. Okay. All right, let me put you guys on the right layer. And let me do this. I'm probably gonna have to pull out the gold things here. Load. Okay, cool. We still got our nifty blue light going. It looks like a well-known streamer's backdrop in their room, you know? No.
I don't get that reference.
It's
That's okay.
RGB lighting stuff that streamers and stuff have in the background all the time.
Oh.
No? Okay. It's a bad joke. Alright. Let me... Like Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers does it. They all have like neon lights and stuff. You know what? This is actually like harder to do on cam than I expected. Hang on. Let me do this. So I can actually see the ones I'm trying to disappear. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. There we go. Oh, there's 2 other piles of gold. You guys talk while I'm doing this. Do something. You guys are in the mansion now.
I guess we rest.
Okay, you rest. Boom. You long rest, right?
We haven't picked a thing. We haven't made a decision.
Nope. I mean, you probably can't long rest again yet, to be honest, either. You can short rest.
Yeah,
If there's
I got 24
still
hours.
rugs, Fang's gonna go to a rug and play with their new toy.
So what you're saying is I'm going to have to attack you guys with something. Or
Oh boy.
like somehow force you guys to make a decision. You know me. I don't like to railroad you guys. You take this. You get one day. You get one more day. Basically. You guys all short resting? Is that what's going on? We're gonna fast forward through this.
I mean, short resting, sure. It's only an hour.
All right, everyone, take a short rest. That means
No.
what? What thing?
Oh, forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, so, just so you remember, as long as I'm in here, I can't actually be Indigo's anchor.
Has he responded to you yet?
No.
Probably still busy then. Hey there, Sha'ah.
What happened to you?
Why am I
What?
back here?
Sha'ah, you get your health back as soon as you take the short rest. You get all your health back.
So that wasn't a good idea, I think.
Really?
Somebody has to try it. Why are we here?
We were waiting to see if you'd wake up or how badly you were hurt.
And you said
Did
those
those-
things were coming for us, so we wanted to go somewhere else.
Yeah,
Did they
that too.
fight you guys?
Did they what?
Did they attack you or do something?
What
When
are
you
they
briefly saw
exactly?
him.
They were just lights, like thunderbolts. Or
Oh,
lightning.
Lights can hurt us, really.
They had a weird green color to them.
From where I was, it seems that I tried talking to one of you guys. I noticed like there were lights of colors.
No, not weird not weird green like you will. Different. They were kind of like jade green, like a brighter green, less like tree green, like jeweled green.
They were an unusual color green for being lights. I think is what you
yeah.
mean.
At some point here, we're just gonna have to make a choice. Where are we going?
It's a big decision, guys.
I really only have one
I-
place I can go, so it's really a matter of: are you guys coming too, or should I try to meet up with you later?
Where
I
are
can
you
always make my way
going?
back down into the dark once I get to the Feywild.
Are you going to
You're
the
going to-
Feywild?
Kinda gotta. It's the only place we have any allies.
I want to go home too.
Meet your brother.
But we still have Tulpa and Onkeet to worry about, and Indigo.
Well, if I go home, then Indigo's even more likely to find me.
I
Because
don't know if
home's a
that's
stronger
true.
anchor.
It's definitely worth a shot.
So, well, don't you think Tolpa will take care of Ongit for now? Maybe we can just go to the Feywild and then get some allies and come look for them afterwards.
Yeah, I'm thinking that might be the only choice. But we do have to go back, or I do. I told Tulpa I'd help
Me
him.
too.
Well, okay, then let's go.
Where are we going?
Can you do you know where Oberon would be, Sha'ah, or you, Ubrimah?
Probably in his castle.
He has a castle.
Well, it's
All
the
right.
tree, the giant tree thing. It's like his palace or whatever, right?
Mhm.
But he's the lord of the hunt. He could be like, I don't know, out hunting, right? There's no telling. You want me to roll a die?
Yeah, whatever.
I mean, he could be out somewhere. I don't know.
You think you could get us like real close to Oberon, Ubrimah?
He says, I can.
Or better yet, could you, if I told you what my brother was like, could you find him and send us to him?
let me take a look at the spell. I don't think it works that way.
I was thinking like scrying on him and then.
Well, you'd have to be on the same plane as him to scry on him.
Oh, son of a bitch! Yeah.
You jump to A on transport. You can target a destination in general terms, such as the city, a palace, and you appear in or near that destination. Okay. Looking at the city for wherever that is up to the GM. Alternatively, you know the sigil is sequenced to a teleportation circle on another plane of existence. This spell can take you to that circle. If the teleportation circle is too small to hold all the creatures you transported, they appear in the closest unoccupied space next to the circle. You can use the spell to banish unwilling creatures to another plane. Choose a creature, blah 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 blah. Okay. That's cool. I didn't know you could use plane shift as a banishment. Alright. So he can get you close to Oberon's palace, basically. But there's like he doesn't if you know where your brother is, then he can put you at a location nearby, right? That's basically what he tells you. But he says I can't direct where you arrive to a specific person.
So that'll have to be good enough, won't it?
I suppose.
Can
so.
you? I don't suppose you can get a message across. Let them know we're coming or anything like that.
I don't think there is a spell for that.
I don't know if sending goes across planes or if he has it.
I don't think he has it, because I think Fang tried
I think you
asking
asked, yeah.
about that before.
Yeah. He doesn't.
But sending would be able to go across planes. I believe that's how Fang's able to still communicate with Indigo.
He does have sending. It's here on a sheet.
Oh, he was just
Like
faking it.
not BSing you. Like I didn't add it just now. I just looked and it was on there. I was looking to see if he had message or something, because I was like, sending. I feel like that's a wizard spell.
Right, it is.
And it can go across any distance and even other planes of existence. So if he is sending, he could use that.
Yeah, he could. What's the plan here?
You'd send a message to my brother, and then at least then they'd know we're coming, and if we're not, I mean, he could tell you where he's at. You could send us there, and if we're not real close, he'd know to come and look for us.
Okay.
I think you have to be familiar with the person to do.
Target a creature with which you are familiar. Yes.
Will make an image of Spruce appear in his hand. Sort of like a little green vine replicant.
Ubrimah shakes his head and he says,
That.
Ubrimah shakes his head and he says, No. That simply won't do. And he holds up his hand, his like forefinger and his thumb to his temple, and he kind of nods at you and he says, Do you mind?
I don't. What?
He casts a spell. And he says, try and think. He says, try and think of your brother.
All right, I have a question.
Yeah.
Does Egregore do anything here?
Egregore is not there right now.
Okay. Then Will thinks of Spruce.
I also have a question.
Okay.
Fang wouldn't know this, I don't think. Well, I guess Sha'ah did bring up some of the other characters, but didn't Sha'ah say some of his friends had been there with Ubrimah before, and we're still in the Feywilds. So Ubrimah could maybe send a message to somebody he has actually met.
He could, yeah. It sounds like Will.
Or
It'll
Orilyn.
only be Orilyn, I think.
I guess it would only be Orilyn, wouldn't it?
Everyone else is either dead or
But
currently
she
with
would
us.
be likely to be with Oberon, right? If you needed to get a message to
That
him.
is true, yeah.
But Fang wouldn't know that, so Fang can't say anything.
only one here who would. Well, I guess Sha'ah or Will
Shut.
Or Will, yeah.
Yeah.
would know.
But Will, like, if Will has a choice, he's always going to say Spruce because they're the person he trusts.
I'm not sure that Ubrimah got to know Orilyn enough that he would know that. He would, understand that Eladrin he met for a brief moment.
True. I just figured because he actually met her in person versus shifting through somebody's memories, which can be
He'd at least be familiar with her.
biased.
Yeah, I
like
think he'd be
it might not
familiar
give
with
you
her.
the true idea of that person.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I just figured he might actually be able to see him and get an idea of at least what Will thinks of him and
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
I'll let you continue as is, unless Sha'ah wants to speak of.
All right, you think of Spruce.
Yeah, for the record, it totally is biased. He's thinking of Spruce as like Spruce is the good one of the two of them and the strong one, and like
Yeah, okay. So a little bit of an idealized version of Spruce.
yeah.
Maybe he almost seems taller. His branches higher.
Spruce is actually taller than Will.
Oh, he is? Okay.
Yeah.
Even taller.
Spruce is tall and thin. Will's kind of wide.
He towers over Will. Okay. All right. And then he'll cast Sending. All right. 25 words.
I'm calling on behalf of Will.
Let's see here. What are you wanting him to say? What were you wanting him to say?
Will suggested asking him where he is and letting him know we're coming was all. So he knows where to send us and to come looking for us if we don't appear in a minute.
Okay. And Spruce gets to respond, right? Here's my question: Does
I
Spruce
believe
get,
so. Yeah.
does Spruce get the same kind of feelings as Will?
He did, but his mission was different.
Mm-hmm.
He already completed his mission.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. So you'd say probably not.
Not about this. Yeah.
So where are you? Want to let you know I'm coming, basically.
Sure.
Okay, the response you get back from Spruce is, I'm at the big tree. It looks nicer now. People starting to gather again. We'll keep an eye out for you.
Sorry, I missed My internet cut out for a minute.
All right, the message you get back from Spruce.
What was the message that was sent? That's the part I missed. I heard
Uh,
that part.
Okay. The message that was sent. Crap, I had to delete it to put in the new message.
Oh, it's fine.
It was simple.
Just the general. It was just a.
It was
Hey, we're coming.
It was
Where
like
you at?
message from your brother. Where are you? Letting you know we are on our way.
Okay.
Something like that.
Fair enough.
So the one you get back is, I'm at the big tree. Looks nicer now. People starting to gather again. We'll keep an eye out for you.
Has Will ever
This-
seen the big tree?
Nope. I mean, unless the audience saw it.
Isn't
No, he was
Spruce
already
the big
awake
tree?
when Spruce was there.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Fair enough.
Isn't Will the big tree?
That's what
Will's
the
the
rest
white
of
tree.
us think.
If you did you go down into the tunnels before Spruce completed his mission?
Actually, I think Will has seen the big tree when Orilyn went to see Oberon when he gave her the orb.
Okay, that sounds right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because the audience saw that, I assume.
I forgot that you would have seen that stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
So, sort of roughly, but not, really, no. Everything was sort of like bits and pieces here and there.
Yeah, fair enough. It was close. It was relatively close by. No, because it was torn down. You wouldn't have been able to see it from that
As long as
distance.
Ubrimah knows where it is, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, fair enough.
He's
He
the one
does.
sending us.
He would. He would.
There's
know.
a chance it could even have a teleportation circle at it.
There is
It's
certainly.
true.
Because it is a palace.
All right. What's it gonna be?
Didn't Ubrimah see that the area when he died? Isn't that why Death showed up?
What?
When we saw in the
Oh.
pool, wasn't there a vision? Did you see that area anyways?
Yeah, like where all the army was
Yes.
amassing and
Yes,
stuff.
that was right by the tree. Yes.
Oh, okay, so he definitely knows the place.
Yeah.
Unless he erased that part of the memory.
Well, he wasn't scrying on the. Well, no. He erased the part where death killed him, so he thinks he was just looking at something and had a heart attack or something.
Okay.
But yeah, he was scrying on either probably Aurelius actually is probably who he was scrying on, or the location maybe. That's how he saw everything. But yeah, they saw the scrying eye thing and killed him. All right, so sorry, I've been up since like 1:30.
Jeez.
I woke up with a migraine at like 1:30 a.m. So that was fun. So are you guys going to the Feywild?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Let me see here. I did not plan for this to happen.
When do you ever plan for the things to happen?
Oh, he plans. We just never do the things he plans.
That is
True.
correct. I had a whole thing ready for today. Spent hours
Hold up.
planning for today's session. and
I
then-
told you that orb was never going back to the flesh, and I meant it.
The chaos.
You are going to live to regret that decision. Literally.
Oren's gonna be so mad if you bring the flesh back.
It's all in the name of the greater good.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Okay, let me do this. Let me just paste you guys in here.
Now, does Will put the orb in his bag of holding?
Nope, he's just holding it.
Boom.
Holding his shield hand.
Okay.
Hey, don't you think you should put that in your bag?
Why?
Just in case. What if where we go ends up having things that attack?
I mean, shouldn't, but if that happens, I'll put it in the bag when they attack us.
Okay. And Fang is going to prepare their bow for potential combat.
All right. Ubrimah casts plane shift, sending you guys all to the Feywild near the tree. So what we the audience see, we see all you disappear. And then Ubrimah's standing here alone in his sanctum for a moment. We see the sanctum sort of dissolve around him.
Oh, I mean, if he knew that we wouldn't see Ubrimah again, Will probably would have said, like, bye and thanks.
Yeah, fair enough. You guys exchange goodbyes.
I hadn't thought of that part. I keep thinking he's going with us.
No, I keep telling you he's not. So we see the sanctum dissolve around him, and he's standing back in the ethereal plane in that cavern alone. And he's just sort of got this somber look on his face. We see him start to dissolve. Like he doesn't feel so good, Mr. Stark. He dissolves into the ether around him. And then the camera is just left there on an empty room full of bodies and bones and stuff. And then we fade. And we fade back in on you all, standing in a forest. If it'll load, will it load? It's not a difficult map. It's
Do we
like
see flesh where we end up at?
Hold on. Okay. So, you all appear in a green forest. It is twilight. The grass around you looks like relatively clean. Like you don't see any flesh growing on anything. For about 6 seconds. And then there is a sound that ripples through the sky. Probably lightning or thunder. As the sky quickly grows reddish in tint. You would probably see bits of flesh immediately start to sprout from the ground around you all. As it starts to grow back as soon as you make contact in the Fleshwild. Welcome back to the Fleshwild, guys. You've reinfected it. Congratulations. Also, is the orb in like your bag of holding? Is that where it is?
No.
So Will has it tucked like against his abdomen behind the shield.
Okay.
I assume the shield is kind of like, strapped to his forearm.
It feels warm. Like you can feel it on your trunk. It seems like it's warmer now. Okay. You can see
That was weird.
You can see the giant tree nearby. What do you all do?
Any way to judge about how far away we are?
Maybe a few hundred feet at most, within walking distance.
I'm guessing that's that there.
And it looks like everything's infected.
So no, actually, like the giant tree itself looks pretty much like a giant tree should look. Also, most of the trees in the area around you look normal. The only like flesh corruption you really see is bits of it starting to take over the grass, and even then, only within like 30 feet of you.
Well, that's strange.
It hasn't grown up the trees yet or anything, but it starts to make a comeback in the place you entered. Specifically centered on Will, oddly enough.
I don't know if we know
You
that
sure
for
you
sure.
don't want to put that in the bag? I think
Will's
it's
like, I
weird.
don't know if they'd be able to tell that. Yeah, fair enough. All right.
I mean, I'm kind of hesitant to put it in. We don't know what'll happen if I put it in there. This thing does weird
Fang-
stuff.
Fang's moving, like, away from your radius.
Yeah, as you move away, make
Will starts to follow, just assuming you're heading towards the tree.
Oh no, Fang's going as fast as they can away from you to see.
make an investigation check, Fang.
Oh, investigation?
Yeah, I think looking around at the ground and stuff. You investigating the area, or are you just moving away for no reason?
I'm just moving away, because if it seems like it's in, like, a patch of where we just showed up, I want to see if flesh starts growing where I walk,
Okay.
or if it stays in that spot.
Will, do you follow Fang or no?
I mean, yeah. He was like, if that's the direction towards the tree, Will was figuring we were starting to move.
Yeah.
He didn't say anything.
Okay.
He just started walking.
So
Yeah.
here's what it looks like, Fang. You start to move, and Phil and Will and everyone else starts to follow you.
My next character, Phil.
Wait,
Yeah.
I want to scout ahead. Stop.
As you're moving, Fang, you would probably notice that you are seeing it starting to sprout out of the ground. It does kind of seem like it's following you.
Seems like, I mean, we should be fairly safe. We're pretty close, and Sha'ah said that Oberon was back, and
Did you grow up
He
here?
is back. Me? No.
not here.
Well, even before all the fleshy stuff started, I grew up here, and I know you gotta scout ahead.
Alone? That hasn't really been working out well for us.
Well, you guys have never been here with me.
I came here from here.
But you didn't grow up here.
Well, you scout ahead and move a little faster. We're gonna head towards the tree, all right?
Yeah,
Do you want me to help scout? I can check things out from the sky.
That sounds like a good idea.
If you go up and there's something dangerous in the area, they'll see you.
I mean, I can handle myself.
Hmm.
Don't you trust me?
If you want. Don't
I guess
follow
I'll
me,
fire.
though.
Will looks at Lumaki and like nods if he looks over. Like follow her.
Fang is going and like far enough ahead that they can just, if they turn around and look, they could just barely see everybody else. And they're keeping their ears perked up in case there's any flesh creatures in the area.
All right.
In a forest, I don't imagine that'd be very far because trees.
Yeah, there's quite a few trees. It is the Feywild, so the wilderness is pretty overgrown. So you stealthing, Fang? Or are you trying to be stealthy?
I guess I could.
All right. Make a stealth check. All right.
21.
And so you're scouting forward. You're keeping an eye out for creatures. Your passive's high. What's your passive? Like 20 something? 24?
26.
26?
Yeah.
You don't sense anything in the immediate area. There's animal life, like there's insects buzzing and maybe some birds calling.
And insects seem normal.
Yeah, normal Feywild sounds.
Okay.
The only odd thing you really notice is that as you're moving forward, you're seeing bits of flesh sort of sprout up from the ground.
If I move forward, like when I started moving faster, did it seem to be moving at the same speed as me?
No, I guess. I'm assuming Will would either be maintaining the same speed or stopping.
Will's kind of slow.
So, in that case, you may be able to get outside the range of it and see that you can actually see ground that's not being taken over yet. And then as you're moving, you would see, like, it's spreading out from a radius. It is sprouting up from the ground.
Totally unrelated.
If I loop around the radius, does it seem like it is staying, like, around in our area, or does it seem to be staying as it starts forming? Like if I come back down around this way, and
so you're asking like if it goes away, like
yeah.
No, it does not go away.
Okay, and if I before I went down that way, I would have like come to a full stop after I got out of the radius and seen if it kept going or it kept growing at the same steady.
So it stays. What's the best way to put this? So any terrain that Will covers, it starts to grow on, like within a certain radius of him. If he moves away from it, it stays there. It doesn't just like disappear.
Yeah.
Also, if he hovers in one area, it'll probably like continue to sprout and bud a little bit quicker than normal.
Okay, because my next question was when Fang does start going around to go behind, does it seem to be spreading more or continuing to spread from where they've already left behind?
Not as quickly. Like it doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of like a tree is growing, but you can't really like watch it grow, right? Like it's growing slowly.
If Lumaki flies 50 feet up in the air and looks down, will he notice that it's basically around Will?
Yeah, I mean, like, make a perception check.
It's not a literal trail that Will is leaving, is it? Like, every footstep, stuff springs up. It's just random pockets in the radius.
So you look down, you fly up 50 feet in the air, Lumaki, and you look down, and you can see, like, the problem is that there's some trees that kind of blocking your view of the ground, but the bits of the ground that are exposed that you can actually see from the air, you can see covered with like the flesh starting to grow on it. It's also on the sides, like starting on like just in the ground where the ground meets the trees, like around some of the trees, and it's a radius around Will. Like it's pretty easy to tell, because it's the parts of the ground you can actually see. It's almost like a circle around Will, and it's moving with him as he moves.
Lumaki's gonna fly back down, and he's gonna tell Will, do you know that you're surrounded by the flesh? It looks like it's sprouting around where you are. Maybe that orb is causing it to sprout back up. What if I take that orb and fly with it so it doesn't infect the ground?
Fang is also moving up from behind the group.
He's gonna hold out his hand and ask
Yeah.
for it.
I'll give it to Lumaki.
Okay.
Just don't drop it.
I won't. And Lumaki
When
puts
I
it in
went
his bag.
God damn it.
So when I went ahead, it was growing, but I think it was growing with you. And when I went back, it's still there. Like you left it there. You're leaving a trail.
It looks like it's surrounding him. At least that's what I saw from the air. I asked if maybe if I fly up, it won't impact the ground.
I'm sure my brother can help fix that.
But
That's
if it can spread and like a bird or insect comes near you, what if it gets infected?
Well, there's much less things in the air than on the ground. You can say birds and insects are also on the ground. What if they get infected?
I have
Yeah, and we'd be leaving a trail if it still leaves a trail when you're flying.
Oh, well, at least it won't impact the trees and the ground.
So question, Lumaki, your bag, is it a bag of holding?
No.
Okay, so you're putting the orb in your bag. Alright. And what's the plan?
Wait, your bag isn't a bag of holding?
Nope.
Oh, okay, I thought it was.
The plan is I just hover above the trees and follow them to the tree.
Okay.
So now that this has been pointed out, can I try to speak to some of the plants within that same radius? I assume it was a 30-foot radius, or, well, at least 30 foot,
It was, yes.
if it was not larger, but, Oh, I had a plan, and now it's, I just lost it. Never mind. Maybe.
So
Yeah,
Lumaki's
never
gonna
mind.
fly.
If I remember it all.
Lumaki's gonna fly up in the air. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah, above.
Okay.
Be careful you don't make yourself a target.
And if you do, come back down so we can
Right. If
deal with it.
I can always go back down.
How high up do you go, Lumaki?
What's the tree line?
I would say probably high. It's the Feywild, so I'd say top of the trees, probably at least 40, 50 feet. I mean...
I don't know if you guys have ever been to the Redwoods, but I imagine
Probably a
it's
lot
like
higher.
the giant sequoias.
Yeah, so like a couple
Yeah.
hundred feet.
They're like
really.
100 and... Yeah.
Yeah. So pretty high.
Wait, so is it 50 or 100?
I'll say 150. How about that? Top of the tree line's 150 feet.
Then I'll go right underneath the top of the tree line.
Okay.
Just infecting the tops of the trees.
All right. As you get up to the top of the tree line, 150 feet up, you would notice that as you're moving around, the ground all the way down underneath you is still being affected. Anything you pass over, the same as if you were on the ground.
Oh, well, then I won't go all the way up if I notice it on going up. I'll probably go back down.
Right. Are you just going back and down to the ground?
Yeah.
I mean, we probably have to travel a little ways for him to notice that, right? If we're standing still, or if he's going straight up, you wouldn't necessarily notice it.
Yeah, a little ways. I mean, he'd go up and then...
We'd have to travel some feet.
Yeah, sure.
Keep scouting.
Because where we were standing was already infected, so we'd have to move to where we don't expect to be infected to notice, hey, it's still infecting.
Well, if I'm going up, he said that the trunk of the trees are getting infected, right?
I thought it was just the ground, not the
Oh, is
trees
it just the
themselves.
ground?
Well, like anything you pass over would be getting infected. So yeah, I mean, if you're passing over the tops of trees, you probably would notice some of the flesh growing on them as well. But it also still extends all the way down to the ground. The ground it affects the ground exactly the same as if you were standing on it.
Like a
Right,
cylinder,
so-
like a massive, massive cylinder.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Except for actually, when you're on the ground, it's not hitting the tops of the trees.
How the hell does that make sense?
It's everything you pass over. It is everything
Oh.
you pass over.
Everything
Alright, let's
between the
dig.
ground
And
and the
you.
orb.
Yeah.
We just
Yeah.
need to go under the ground and we'll be good.
Yeah. I mean, it'll be everything under you that gets infected, right? We've definitely
That's just
seen
dirt.
how it gets into the ground, and definitely that doesn't affect anything, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it looks like my plan is not working. Even if I fly up, it affects the ground. This is a weird orb.
Yeah. This is kind of why I said it can't go back to the flesh. Can you imagine if we'd have gone back where we were? It'd probably know right away.
Just gonna roll something.
You want me to hold it, or you gonna hang on to it?
I'll hang on to it.
All right. Let's keep heading.
Think scouts ahead for a bit and then comes back and is like, I forgot what I was
He's
gonna
like,
say.
what?
I forgot what I was gonna say.
I thought I heard you sigh, so I was like, she comes back and just sighs?
You scout
Fang
ahead
comes
for a
back
bit.
inside. Yeah. I can't remember what I was gonna say, so Fang's just gonna keep scouting ahead for a bit.
All right. How far ahead are you going?
Just outside of the aura of the orb.
All right. Here's what we'll
Fang
do.
doesn't want to walk in that.
We'll move these guys down here, just so you can give you a little bit more range.
Oh,
And
cool.
I remember what I was going to ask. The plans.
the
If I can.
plans.
The plants. with
Oh
the
yeah,
T.
yeah. What are you asking them?
How long y'all been healthy?
The plants say they had been feeling good for a few days, a few weeks. Hard to say. They don't have eyes. They can't tell.
Probably
with
track
light.
the sun, though.
What? There is no sun. It's a permanent state of twilight.
No crap. Right.
Yeah. But they say that they suddenly aren't feeling so good, and they're glad that you asked.
Don't you worry. We'll get you feeling good again.
Okay. Good. As you get done talking to the plants, something happens.
No, it doesn't.
It does. There is nothing you can do to stop it, unfortunately. I rolled, and I rolled really well. It is on the stream, if you want to see, just to make sure.
Where the hell is Will? I mean, Spruce.
Close
Going to
by.
continue confusing them.
Close by. The problem is, there's an old familiar friend that's paying you guys a visit now.
Is it the Dryad?
No,
The dragon.
not a good friend.
The
Okay.
The dragon went to the world. I don't think
Here's
he's in the
what
Feywild anymore.
happens. Let me see here. Okay.
Your friend.
Old friend here.
Is it Cleus?
old couple friends here.
Abachai.
Is he Kalistar?
You guys are making some good guesses, but no. You'll see.
Who did we not
I'll
take
reveal-
care of?
I'll
Are they the
reveal-
liars?
I'll reveal the tokens here.
Did I not notice them as I was scouting ahead?
Your perception was a 26, correct?
That's my passive. I could make a roll if
I thought you did.
if a 26
Oh.
is... No, you were just using my
That was
passive, I
Lumaki.
think. I
Yeah.
made a stealth.
Okay. Would you like to make a roll?
Yeah.
You can now, even though... Okay. All right. Then
Like they were gonna say
you
no.
would see the one attacking you, I suppose. It will not get a surprise round on you.
Alright.
The other ones will.
Wait, are they invisible?
They're shadows, so yeah,
They're
They
kind
are-
of like, yeah,
they are-
stealthy.
they are your shadow come to life to attack you. Just like old times. Remember when I tried to kill you guys with your own shadows? Remember?
It was a
I don't
very long
remember
time
this.
ago.
Good times.
Was this
Back
before I joined?
yeah, I
it might
guess
have
so.
been.
I guess so. if you don't
Was that
remember.
when Vash saved everybody with the teleport on the bird?
Yeah, maybe, yeah. You guys were wandering through the forest at
We
night.
were like level 2.
Yep. These are different shadows. Don't worry. They just use the same picture. All right. So I'm not going to give the one on Fang a surprise round, but the other two are going to get there.
'Cause-
So let's do
Because
this.
if they are, I have blind sight.
Bang. What did I tell you about staying close?
All right. Sha'ah, you have blind sight. You would see the one next to you. That is fine.
I assume they don't have any substance, like I wouldn't feel them walking on the ground. So I should be surprised.
Yeah. Let's see here.
They're shadows, they don't have form.
No. No, I don't think they
So
do.
with
They also have a-
Lumaki's feral instinct, it looks like Will's the only one who would who would not get in on a surprise.
Oh, okay.
It's fine.
Okay.
Whatever.
All right.
It's okay. I'll
Well.
be surprised for you, Rambling.
So then I guess the way we do it then is we do initiative as normal, and then Will doesn't get his first turn.
Yeah,
That would be the
Sorry,
best way.
Will.
That'd be
Makes
the best
sense.
way to do it, I think.
that's okay.
All right, so guys, click your tokens and roll initiative. I'm gonna roll for these guys.
Where's Indigo and his weapon of warning when you need him?
I know, right?
What is their initiative on these guys?
They're annoying.
I don't have their junk plugged into a proper thing in Roll20. Initiative would be Dex plus what?
Just Dex.
Just
It's
Dex?
just
D20.
Dex.
Yep, it's just the modifier of Dex.
All right.
D20 plus whatever Dex modifier is.
Unless you
Unless they
have
have
some
special
special class
bullshit.
ability or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
18. All right, so let me do this. Let me add turn. Make that an 18 point. Sha'ah, what's your Dex?
Dex is a plus 1, so 20. 20.
20? Okay.
So whatever their Dex number would be the point
One
number.
half, actually.
Their Dex is 18. It would be a 0.4.
No, it would be a 0.18
Oh, okay.
because that's their Dex.
Oh, okay. I understand.
Yeah.
All right. Is that everybody? We still need Will on the turn order.
Oh, I was thinking I didn't even have to roll because I was skipping my turn. My
Yeah,
bad.
but you're still skipping your turn, but we need.
Yeah.
We need you to have it.
There you go.
All right. Thank you, Will. Let me put this in descending order. All right, Fang, you're first to react.
Okay. Fang doesn't like that this thing snuck up on them and they're only just seeing. Well, it's Fang's own shadow, right?
Yeah.
But Fang's seen other people who are not actually native to the Feywild, whose shadows get weird. But Fang's has never gotten weird, and Fang doesn't like that. So Fang is going to bonus action Misty Step away.
Okay.
To Lumaki. Actually, maybe I want to go. Nah, Fang will go to next to Lumaki. And then we'll shoot at the shadow that came from its shadow.
Okay.
It doesn't follow Fang when Fang teleports, does it?
I don't think it can. No.
Okay, so Fang, after teleporting, sees this is not actually Fang's shadow. It's just a shadow that was using Fang's shadow to sneak up on Fang. Alright. And then Fang's gonna shoot at it.
26 hits.
Sweet.
For 8
So 8
piercing
piercing and 2
to
force.
It's a magical bow, yeah?
Yes. So it is not non-magical piercing. It is magical piercing because it's a magical weapon.
Right on.
Yeah.
Okay.
And when Fang, as Fang is shooting, Fang will say, "Guys, my shadow. Well, I mean, something was using my shadow to hide, and it's gonna attack. There might be more." And that's it, because I don't want to move away from my companions.
Alright. Will, you don't get a turn.
Yeah.
Why did these guys' initiative not go in? Let me fix that. 18.18. There. It should be here. Sorry. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Will. Oh yeah, you don't get a turn. Sorry. Sha'ah.
Sha'ah starts by making emboldening bond with everybody.
Alright. Everybody gets emboldening one. I just had to rub it in by accident.
Oh,
Yeah, that's fine.
I forgot that I have 2 hits with my, or two attacks with my bow.
Oh, right.
Sorry.
Okay.
I have the
Pew.
extra attack, which lets me attack twice.
Alright.
And I also forgot to add the dreadful strikes damage, so I'll just add that to this if it hits. If not, I will do something separate. But
Okay.
so here was the second attack.
Hit
Sweet.
for 11 with the psychic damage.
1 psychic, 5 of the magical piercing, and 5 force. Yeah.
Alright. Is that your turn?
Yes, that is officially the information.
All right.
Sorry.
And Sha'ah,
Very good.
you got anything after emboldening bond?
Yeah. I move closer to Fang, and then I'm gonna use turn undead. Wait. Oh, that's an action. Never mind. I'm just gonna cast Sanctuary on myself.
Sanctuary.
I think that's a bonus action, right? Yeah.
Yeah, can you put a... There we go. Gotcha. Right. It's
That
their
ends my turn.
Okay. Bonus action. Bonus action... Still? Hide? Bonus action hide? Alright. So...
You can only burn. Well, I don't know what abilities this has for bonus action hide, but you can only usually do it if you're a rogue.
Well, it's shadows can hide.
Yeah.
One
I
of the things they
realized
can do.
after I first started speaking that it probably can as a bonus action because it's a shadow, but
Here,
we don't know.
I'll
Or
link-
Fang doesn't know that.
I'll link the ability there for you in the chat. I don't have their sheets programmed to roll 20 because I wasn't planning on using these today. I was planning on using something else, but I have their actual sheets, so I can copy and paste stuff. All right, so this guy is gonna move somewhere and disappear into the trees, or at least try to.
Yeah, you can just hide him or move to the GM layer. I don't know. That's Fang's passive perception.
Yeah.
Makes it, breaks it. Yeah. What would be?
Is it
main-
passive is making it break?
You're
Or
not-
that's
you're not
stealth?
rolling
I can
it.
always roll.
Seeing-
I can roll if that's what you
No,
want,
it,
but-
you're actively hiding it, which means that seeing breaks hiding
Okay.
because you can't. I don't think it works the other way. For
So
makes
that,
break
it would have had to roll a 27 to stealth
Okay.
from
You have-
Fang.
You have dark vision, right, Fang?
Yes, 120 feet.
All right.
But that does still mean that it's hidden from the rest of us.
It does. Yeah.
Isn't Sha'ah's? Oh no, Sha'ah's is 25
Yeah, 25.
passive.
So,
So it's hidden from everybody except for Fang, I think.
Yeah. So if it attacks anyone but Fang, it'll still get advantage and all that.
Would it be able to tell that you got cat's eyes? Oh, they're kind of smart. I'll give them a roll. Yeah. All right. What's their move? Okay. Whoop. 5, 10, 15, 25, 30. Sha'ah can see it
Fang.
because Sha'ah has blind sight.
Fang's watching the wiggly shadows move from tree to tree.
Yeah. Basically, they follow the shadows that the trees are casting and stuff. It will try to. This one will try to attack Sha'ah. It has multi-attack. 2 Shadow Blade attacks. The first attack doesn't get advantage. Also, it has to make a Wisdom save, right? Because you have Sanctuary. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, otherwise it has to attack something else.
Wisdom save. Well, just in case it has to attack something else, I'll just put it here.
I mean, you can attack and move, so it's like he could still move after whatever.
All right, sure.
In D&D,
Well,
you can break up your movement.
I think I'd rather put him there anyways, because Fang is ranged, and he has 40,
There's more of them. Yeah,
40 feet of move.
you can reach more people.
Alright. Attack is D20 plus 8. Oh yeah, Wisdom save. His Wisdom is
save.
not very good. Plus 1. Plus 1. Alright. That is a critical fail. And he must attack Fang now, right?
Just
Yeah.
anyone besides Sha'ah.
Alright, Fang.
Yeah.
D20, 2 attacks coming your way. D20 plus 8. First attack. It's a miss, right?
Yep, my AC is 15.
Second attack.
Disadvantage, right?
Look at these low rolls.
Why would he have advantage?
Disadvantage.
He would have
for...
advantage against Sha'ah, but not against Fang, because Fang can see him.
Doesn't she have Book of Displacement
Oh yeah.
or whatever?
No, I don't have that anymore. Sha'ah has it.
disadvantage.
Oh,
Okay. Sha'ah has.
I had to make room for my orb of the veil.
Alright. So
But
that
still misses.
that one misses. This one's gonna rush Will, who doesn't see it,
Nope. Advantage.
so he'll get advantage. Yep, same thing.
Yep.
2d20 k1 plus 8. Let's see here. 25.
25 will hit.
25 hits, you say. All right. 1d6 plus 4 piercing damage. So you take 10 piercing damage and 3d6 necrotic damage. Uh, 12 necrotic damage and
That's a lot.
roll me a d4. Your strength
3.
is reduced by 3.
How am I
That's
keep
fine.
track of that?
You're gonna want to keep track of that because if it's reduced to 0, you die.
All right.
Okay. That was the first attack. Second attack does not have advantage now, right?
Right, because he's not hidden.
26.
Still a hit. Wait, and I'm surprised, so I can't take reactions. Yeah, that's a hit.
All right. So same thing. D6 plus 4 piercing damage. 9 piercing, 3d6 necrotic.
Oof.
Oh my goodness, you were really high.
Your strength goes down another 4 points. It's not good, man. 3d6 necrotic.
So
11
total.
11 necrotic damage.
Okay.
Okay. That's both of its attacks. It will now back away from you. It moved 10 feet. It is now going to back up 10 feet to get to the other side of this tree. 5, 10. You get an attack of opportunity.
I don't have a reaction because I'm surprised.
Awesome.
I think that's how it
Wait,
works.
wait, hasn't your skip turn has already happened, so don't you get a reaction now?
Oh,
If it was before you,
I don't know. Surprise in 5e works
I don't
weird.
remember
I
how.
hate it.
Yeah, I don't remember how it works. I thought it was
Let me look it up.
after your skipped round.
That's not what I was looking for.
It might be of one full round of surprise
Nice.
condition.
So,
One full round of combat.
if you're surprised, you can't move or take an action on your first turn of the combat, and you can't take a reaction until that turn ends. Oh, so I can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then in that case, I shoot, my page closed. 1 second. I
Right.
don't think I could have stopped either of those attacks anyways, even with shield, because they were high enough.
Yeah,
So, let me just take a look here.
you rolled pretty good on this. These things with the strength sap, that is a killer, man. What's your
I
strength
could
down
have-
to right now?
I don't want to tell you that.
I don't blame you, but I took off how many points? 7 points off your strength?
Yeah. Can I guess I could have. Could I have Silvery Barbs the second attack?
I suppose so. So I just gotta re-roll it, right?
Might not matter.
It's still
Oh.
25.
Still hit.
That's
So- That's what I did. Silvery Barbs
Please.
still hit.
you're giving advantage to who?
All right.
I will give advantage to myself.
All right.
I might need it.
Mark yourself however you need to mark yourself to remember that. It backs
Okay.
away from you, and then it will take the bonus action to hide. That's a d20 plus 12. That is a 14. That is, nobody's passive is below that, right?
Nope.
I don't think so.
Nice.
All right, and it fails miserably. Okay.
It's on the wrong side of the tree for shadow to actually make sense there.
Right, yeah. This one is going to attack Lumaki. So 5.
Did I get
10.
a look at what hit me?
If it stops right here, I get an opportunity attack.
If it what?
If it enters my range, I get an opportunity attack.
Right here.
Yep.
Okay. What hit you, Will, was a shadow humanoid. It seemed like it was holding a weapon made of shadow. Like it looks like a silhouette. The thing, even when it's like standing right in front of you, it absorbs light. But it pulled out what looked to be a weapon, maybe a sword, whatever it was made of shadow, just like this thing. You definitely hit. For 19 thunder damage and...
Wait, I don't get the top one.
You also didn't crit, right?
No.
So you do 7 damage then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, 7, it's the bottom one, 7 plus 17. The top one doesn't matter because I don't have Giant's Might or Rage or Elemental Cleaver yet.
Isn't the plus 17 for the crit, though?
Oh, then 7, yeah, you're right.
Am I looking at that right?
No, you're right. 1d10.
Alright. Alright. Does it still get to continue its turn?
Yeah, but it can't move.
Can't move. Well, that hampers his turn a lot, I think. Let's see here. He only has 5-foot range, so he can't hit you now. But he could hide, I guess. There's no cover. So he will hold his action to attack the next thing that enters his radius, I guess. No, that won't really help. Okay. Alright. That's their turn. Lumaki.
Bonus action Rage.
Okay.
And then I'll attack this guy to try to attack me.
Alright. That's a hit. For 15 thunder. Alright.
Yeah, it's 15 thunder and 15 thunder.
Oh, it's 30.
30.
30. Okay. Alright. That's definitely better than what I thought. Alright.
And the hit again.
Okay, yeah. Your glaive's magical, right? Yeah, of course it's doing.
Yes.
Okay, so another 23. Is that right?
Yep.
It's definitely bloodied.
I'm gonna action surge.
Okay.
I'll attack it again.
Alright, you hit. For another 20. How do you want to kill the thing?
I have my glaive and I sort of wave it around until it disappears.
Oh crap, I'm so sorry, man. They're resistant to thunder, I didn't realize.
Oh, really?
They are, yeah. They're resistant to acid, cold, fire, lightning, and thunder. And bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from non-magical attacks. So let's see. I need to give him 15 plus. Let's see, he had 18 before that hit, so need to give him half of 23, which would be 11. And then 15. And then you hit him for 20. So you take 20 off of that. Alright. Yeah, he's bloodied, but he's still up, unfortunately, man. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
I have one more hit.
Okay. Yeah, you hit. For 14 halved. Alright.
Also, can you make me bigger?
Oh yeah, sorry, I always forget when you rage you're gigantic. He was holding an action to attack.
Yeah, now you're within range. Yeah.
Now you're within range. So I'm gonna do that. He does have multi-attack, so he would use it. First attack.
Well, if he
only one
rages
attack.
his action, he only gets one of
You only
those.
get one.
He doesn't get the.
Oh,
whole
okay.
thing.
All right. To be fair, he also would have gotten to swing as soon as Lumaki grew big, which is before he attacked, right?
Oh, and it might modify the damage he's taking.
The damage he does, or the way he rolls, because if he loses strength, he probably loses plus to hit, right? He's a barbarian, and he probably loses damage too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Let's just see if it hits. 21.
It-
Does hit.
It does hit, but I will just. I can't use my reaction. Okay, do I have my reaction still? I
Well,
do that. It's my turn,
no, well, yeah, it's your turn. Yeah, it is your turn.
right? I Cloud
Yeah.
Rune.
What does it do?
There we go.
It didn't cost a reaction to attack him.
But it was during the shadow.
It did, which is
And then
yeah.
it became his turn.
Oh, okay, it reset at the start of your turn. Okay.
Yeah, you get reaction back at the start of your turn.
Okay. There's deceptive magic use cloud giants. Advantage on dex. You have advantage on dex checks and charisma checks. In addition, or if you use hit by an attack roll, you can use reaction to evoke the rune and choose a different creature within 30 feet of you, other than the attacker. The chosen creature becomes the target of the attack. Using the same roll, magic can transfer the attack's effects regardless of range. Okay, so basically you're going to put the attack's effects on a different creature.
Yep,
Which one?
this one.
All right, so it would be. Well, he's immune to the necrotic, so that doesn't do anything. I guess he would take half the piercing damage. Because he's resistant, not immune. Okay. So piercing damage, 1d6 plus 4. Whoops. It'd be 9. I rolled equals 4 for some reason. 9 halved is 4. And that's it. That's all that happens.
Does it get its strength drain?
No, because it's immune to necrotic damage. Let's see. Unless the target is immune to necrotic damage, the target's strength score is reduced by 1d4 each time it's hit by this attack. That's the way that works. That's what it says on the sheet. Okay. Alright, well at least it didn't hit you, right? You may continue your turn. Was that all your attacks?
Yep,
Okay. Is that your turn?
yep.
Alright, Fang, you're up.
Alright, Fang doesn't like that it came back. Came up to Fang and Sha'ah. So Fang is going to bonus action disengage with cunning action. And then go go up there, and then Fang is going to summon Faye, and it's gonna be I think it was fuming that Fang likes to have it be. Yes, the fuming Fae. Next to Fang, and tell it to attack the shadow next to Sha'ah, since that's the one that's been coming after them.
All right.
Oh, that's huge.
Is it supposed to be regular size? Like that?
It's small, so technically it would be smaller than that, but that's work. So,
Yeah, that's fine.
hit points. This is a 3rd level spell, so 30. Okay, and I think that is all that Fang can do. So then the Face Spirit is gonna bonus action face up to that thing and attack it with its short sword.
It's advantage too.
Yeah, it has advantage
Why?
because it's
Fuming.
fuming.
Oh, okay. Crit?
Ooh. Alright. Okay, I click short. Yeah, okay, cool.
Or does it have magical attacks or anything like that?
That's the thing that I don't know because
If it does, it will say on the sheet. The weapon attacks of this creature are magical or something like that. It'll say.
So it uses my spells, like my spell attack bonus to hit and my spell's level when to add to the damage.
Okay, that's
So
not.
I
That
don't-
doesn't.
I don't know.
It says it's attacking with a short sword though. And if it had magical weapons, it would say on the thing. Like monks have a thing that says all your unarmed attacks are magical and stuff like that. Creatures have those things too, if their attacks count as magical. So the piercing would be half damage, is what I'm saying. 17 piercing halved would be 8. And 3, so 11. Okay. Unless it says somewhere on the creature sheet, check. And
I
let me
just
know.
looked it up and it says it is non-magical, so we're good.
Okay. All right. It is not bloodied, but it's close.
Oh, and when I summon it, I am making it so it does not require concentration, so it only lasts for a minute.
Okay. Is that your turn?
I moved to bonus. Yes.
All right. Will.
So Will gets hit a couple of times by this thing. It runs away a bit. Will sort of growls. As my free item interaction, I will unhood the lantern on his belt. So
Right.
it's now beaming out 60 feet of bright light.
All right. And what does that do? Like, does it do anything? It reveals invisible creatures and stuff, right?
It reveals invisible creatures, yeah. Also, it is 10 p.m.
It
Bright,
is.
it's bright light, you said?
It is bright light. That will have an effect on the shadow creatures.
Well, it means that they can't hide, right?
Yeah. Unless they're behind cover or something like that. Which, like, this tree would be cover.
Yeah.
Do they still get the bonus action hide?
If they're not in the bright light, they do.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, but so with hiding, it's not invisibility. So if they move towards us and they have to enter light to do it, they're just not hiding anymore.
Right. Yeah.
So either way, they won't be able to sneak up on us. Won't matter if they can hide.
It is 10 p.m. Do you guys want to play out the rest of this combat?
Yeah, until it's Lumaki's last thing. I'd rather have it done.
Free. You open the lantern.
And then Will is going to slam the hammer against the shield and unleash his anger. And I will activate the Maelstrom Aura.
Okay.
Which I think is linked here.
By the way, Will,
Yes.
as soon as you arrived here, you felt,
Yes.
you could tell you're in the wrong place. This is not where you're supposed to be. Just by the way. Maelstrom Aura. This action surrounds yourself with the aura of magical wind and lightning. It extends 10 feet from you every direction. Lasts a minute. Attack rolls against you have disadvantage. Whenever a creature starts its turn within the sphere, you force a creature's speed to be halved. Okay. So it would affect this creature right now.
Yep.
I
I can't quite. I mean, Sha'ah looks okay. Thing disappeared. So, Will is just gonna swing the hammer as an action at the one that he's affecting. This one.
All right.
How bad is this one looking? This one's looking real hurt, right?
It's
Yeah.
the most. It's the most hurt. Yeah. And you have a 10-foot reach, right?
I did not hear what you said. My internet keeps cutting out.
Yeah. I said it is looking the worst. That shadow is. You have a 10-foot
Okay.
reach, right?
I do. Yeah.
Okay.
Alrighty.
14.
I have the.
You have a 1d4,
Yeah.
and you
I
have advantage.
actually on the first attack, yeah. So +1, but let's see what the other attack is.
It's a
Nice.
That's better.
27. You hit.
It's a 3, huh? Okay.
Thank you.
15 bludgeoning and psychic. Okay.
Yep, it is magical.
Okay.
Is he still up?
He would be after 15 points of damage. Yeah. Why?
So I'm gonna slam it into him, and then if it feels not like it's enough, I'm gonna Divine Smite,
All right.
just at first level.
Okay.
For an extra 5. Oh,
What?
wait. Sorry, I have that thing
Aren't you level 11,
unchecked.
Paladin?
I'm supposed to get some extra radiant automatically. Okay, so another 7 radiant, and then the 5 is from Divine Smite.
What's the 7 radiant?
From my improved Divine Smite, which I didn't have checked because I unchecked it at some point.
How do you want to kill the guy?
Just smash it and disperse it,
All right. Shadow disperses.
and then I will move this way.
When the shadow disperses, you notice like a small little black pit land on the ground. Where the shadow is
Hit
standing.
like from a seed, or
Yeah, like a peach
Fruit.
pit.
okay. That's
We've moved on from papaya
interesting.
pits. Now it's peaches.
Yeah, it's, it's the same thing.
Different P.
And then I will take my second attack against this guy without advantage.
Which guy? This guy?
The one next to Sha'ah.
You hit?
And I will Divine Smite again
All right.
at
Nice.
second level this time.
So 22. You still get that? Okay, wait.
So I
still-
get 13. Ignore the 1-5.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so 22, then 5.
No. I get the 5 on the first thing.
Okay.
I just don't get the extra 5 on the 5-5-8.
Okay, so that would be 13 radiant plus 5 would be 18 radiant plus 22
Plus the 14 and the 8. Yeah.
You kill it
Nice.
because the
It's like I'm a paladin.
Yeah. All right, another papaya pit or whatever lands in the ground.
So yeah, just big overhand smash on the second one, smashes it into the ground, and the papaya pit gets like pushed into the ground a little bit. And then Will turns and goes, "Come on!"
All right.
And we'll move that way. Well, I don't know he's there, do I?
He crit failed or something on his stealth.
It was a 2.
Oh, so I do know he's there. Then I'll move up to him.
Yeah, he got like a 14 or something.
Well, actually, I'll move one space because I know I can reach them.
Okay. All right.
And that's it for me.
All right. Sha'ah.
Alright,
Nice.
Shaw's gonna charge
I thought it'd
that
be-
way. Oh, he moves back and then charges.
Okay. All right.
And then attack.
And hit with a melee. You can immediately follow that attack with a bonus action, making one attack. Okay, cool. Attack.
That hit.
That hits. This guy hasn't been hit yet, so
Yeah.
for 8 bludgeoning damage.
Yes, bludgeoning.
Is
But
is it magical?
Force.
No, I don't have my arms with the astral self here. I just have the insignia of claws, which makes it magical attack.
Okay.
So yes, it's magical.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
For another 10. Okay.
And then bonus action, what was it?
Hooves.
Charge. Yeah, hooves is this one.
You hit. Another 12. Is this magical?
Yeah, because any unarmed
Unarmed strike.
is considered magical
Well,
based on the insignia of claws.
yeah, but it's not an unarmed strike. Hooves is a different attack, right?
It's unarmed strikes and natural weapons.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
It's
you're right.
like elbow, a knee.
Okay. All right.
And that's it.
Okay.
No stunning strike.
Oh, shoot. No. I'm gonna. I forgot. I also have this. I'm just gonna make my Feyhound's bite as an extra,
Okay.
and that's magical
all right.
for piercing. That's it for my turn.
Okay. This guy's turn.
Oh shit.
Is Sanctuary's off now, right?
It's gone. Yeah.
Once you
Oh.
attack, yeah. Oh, and I lost my advantage.
Okay. Well, I guess we're just gonna lay into Sha'ah here. 1d20 plus 8. First attack. 10. Okay. Second attack. They were rolling pretty good. 23.
So.
Silver barbs.
Disadvantage. Oh wait, let it do its disadvantage. I have the thing. What is it called? The Cloak of Displacement.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Okay, and we roll again. That is a 24.
Okay, now it's
So silvery barbs, and you have to roll one more time.
Alright. God.
please, please be low.
That is a 13.
Okay.
That is a miss. Alright.
Or you gonna advantage?
Huh?
I will give the advantage
Oh.
to Lumaki because he's next.
Alright, that's his action.
Then hide.
That
Yes.
silvery barbs came from the ring, by the way.
I guess it's time to run. I reckon it's time to run. Now he gets half speed for one movement block, right?
Correct.
So 10.
Oh, come on.
You can make an opportunity attack, Sha'ah.
Yeah, I can do that.
I just used mine.
Let's do it.
That's a
gosh.
critical fail. Punch Will, please.
Dang.
12 bludgeoning damage to Will.
Okay, I'll take that.
Oops.
Also, it isn't just for the first block. His speed is halved until the next turn.
Oh, okay. All right, so that was 10, 20, 30, 40. And then he'll bonus action hide.
Can he?
He's on the
Well, I
other
guess
side.
there's a tree between us.
Yeah, he's on the other side of a tree. Plus 12. He rolls 24.
I see you.
You do see him, Fang.
I think so does Sha'ah.
It's his turn. Sha'ah, what's
Yeah.
your... Oh, okay, your passive is
25.
Let him get away.
Yeah, okay. All right, Lumaki.
So I know he's going that way, right? Before he hides.
Yeah.
We could point at it.
So I don't know where he is.
They point at it and they're like, "Hey, it's somewhere over there," and then you can like swing, I guess.
Oh,
I think you'd
swing.
have to make a perception roll, wouldn't you?
Yeah, might as well.
You're still hidden.
Oh, okay. Make a perception roll. See if you can beat the what do you roll? 24.
I actually don't know how that works. Hiding in this
Okay.
game is also kind of meh.
Yeah.
Can I use my inspiration?
Sure. 25. That is enough to spot him, I believe. Yeah. You spot the shadow hiding in the shadows.
And I'm going to attack him.
You hit. For 23 halved. And then you hit again. For 21 halved. It's definitely bloodied.
And I'm gonna bonus action. Enter my stance,
Okay.
and then that ends my turn.
Alright. Fang.
Pew, pew.
Uh,
I think
Do
this
you
thing's
wanna-
almost dead. We may as well finish it.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure
Alright.
Fang will kill it.
We'll see. Fang's gonna move down a little, get some better line of sight through these tree branches, and then is gonna shoot.
You hit.
Let me make sure I have everything on that I want on. You said it was bloodied, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and trigger my favored foe. Just to make sure I get enough damage in there just in case.
Okay. Extra D6.
Yeah.
D4. Oh, D6.
It's a D6 at the current level.
Yeah.
So you got 15 plus 3, 18 damage.
And then my second attack.
Hit.
21.
For 9 damage. Which is just enough. How do you want to kill this thing?
Here we go.
Okay, so I don't know if you saw in the Roll20 chat, but when you said they were bloodied, I said it's leaking shadows.
Yeah.
And my arrows, because they have the force damage, they kind of have a little bit of a force thief explodey effect on it. So as it's like leaking shadows, I shoot my last arrow, and then like instead of leaking shadows, like here and there around its body, it just leaks all over and disperses
Yeah.
in a little poof of
Awesome.
force damage.
Good stuff. You guys
You exploded it.
You defeated the Shadow Assassins, which is what these guys were called. This was a deadly encounter. Just for perspective, your deadly budget is 22,800 experience. These guys, this encounter was 30,000 experience. And you wiped the floor with these guys.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you say so.
These
If
are
they're deadly.
these are CR9 creatures. You had 3 of them with a 4-person group. You're just built to take on these things. Basically, you got
Built different.
the paladin was just like a huge, like
I think it would have gone differently if that thing hadn't missed Fang both attacks.
yeah, maybe, yeah. What's your strength, Fang?
10.
Yeah,
So they couldn't insta-gib you, but they could get you real close.
Yeah.
one of them attacking Will on one of its turns took 7 strength away.
Yeah.
By the
Especially
way,
with
Took
multiple
half
attacks.
of my strength. Yeah.
by the way, Will, you're still missing 7 strength.
Yeah.
Here's what we see as we end the session. You disperse the shadow. You hit the last one. It explodes. The pit just goes flying somewhere into the darkness. We hear it knocking off the trunks of trees. Right. The camera pans out, and in the light that Will's lantern is casting, we see all these shadows from the trunks of trees in the forest around you, and the different bushes and things. And we see all these shadows just like standing there, like watching you guys. And as the combat draws to a close, and they all start like shrinking back into the darkness away from you all. like they just watched this encounter where you guys killed the 3 brave shadows that stepped up to try to drain the life from you. The rest just like they stay back into the darkness and move away from you guys. That's where we end tonight's session.
Cool.
So you guys brought shadows to the Feywild. Congratulations.
It may not have been the best decision, but at least we finally made a decision before the end of session.
Yeah. Now you just gotta deal with the consequences.
Orlin's gonna be so mad.
It's fine. They're already fighting the flesh. It's just a little more to fight.
So I thought about. I'm not going to say what I was going to say because it might be a spoiler. I don't know yet. Anyways, I thought of a really interesting idea for this when you guys decided to go back. And like midway through that fight, I was doing some thinking. I was like, "Oh, this would be an interesting way to explain this." We'll
Find out next time.
Yeah. Thanks for playing, guys. You guys did great. Thanks for watching, folks. Maury, Unrooted.
Wait.
What?
Can we do experience?
Yeah. If we're gonna do experience, don't worry. I'm just telling everyone thanks for watching. We're at the end.
Okay.
God.
Well, it sounded like you were doing the end credit kind of thing.
Yeah. Anyways, thanks everyone for stopping by tonight. Great to see people in the chat hanging out.
Yeah.
Having a good time. All right. Experience, since it's so urgent. Everyone gets 3 XP for the combat. Deadly encounter. Supposedly a deadly encounter. Didn't feel that
Very
deadly. I'll give you guys all 3 XP for RP. And I'll give you guys all 1 XP for doing the unexpected as far as like what I thought you would do. You guys made a decision. You had a bunch. I didn't want to railroad you guys. You guys had a bunch of different options, and you picked one that I didn't think you would pick, to be honest. Creative. That's your creative point. You get 1 point for creative today. I think that's it. Go ahead.
Can I nominate Sha'ah for trying to do something new and getting himself in danger?
Yeah, with the traveling into the deep. Yeah, I'll give Sha'ah an extra 2 XP for that.
Thank you.
So that should put Sha'ah at 9. Everybody else at 7.
Fang rescued Sha'ah.
Yeah, Fang
Sort
Rush.
of.
Did they?
Yeah, take an extra 2
I mean,
XP for. I'll give
They
you 2 XP.
tried.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 XP
They
for
help.
sort of trying to help Shaw, and then not like asking Shaw like the important questions. What was it that you didn't even ask? Like,
Okay, you're
Didn't
good. Bye.
ask what's taking so long?
Oh, yeah,
Or what's
yeah,
wrong?
yeah,
Just
yeah.
like, hey, what's going on?
yeah. You're just like, oh, okay, hey, you're fine. All right, we'll see you. I'm dead.
Oh, you're right here? Cool. See you in a bit.
Now I feel bad about nominating Fang. Yeah. Now that I remember that.
I can't believe I gave you 2 XP for that. Minus 1,000 XP.
There you
Oh,
go.
no.
That's 10 levels. That's a lot.
It's fine. Fang got a spider in exchange for a mushroom.
Oh man.
Well, Fang got the mushroom.
Yeah, it's the other way around.
Yeah.
Right.
Fang got a mushroom in exchange for a.
And Fang
Statuette.
didn't give you the cracked statuette. They gave you the non-cracked one, the whole piece, the whole
Nice.
thing. So.
All right. Well, let me see here. Let's get to announcement stuffs here. So, first things first. If you're watching on YouTube, all the stuff I'm about to talk about, it's linked in the description down below. So just go down there if you want to find any of these links that I'm about to go over here. Let me see here. Let me get some of this stuff up and ready to go here. Okay. So the first one is Ella here is a voice actor. Ella plays Fang for you guys.
And I'm still in training. I haven't done like paid stuff yet. Just so people know, I'm not in any video games or anime or whatever.
Is it okay to
Yes.
link the podcast?
Yeah, it's officially released.
All right,
It's
all
been
right.
out for a while, so.
So you can go check out this podcast. Ella's got some lines in episode 3, and some other characters. Go ahead.
Prequel episode 3 and prequel episode 4.
Okay.
Not in the actual normal story.
Oh, okay.
Stuff. Yeah.
Well, there you go. Check it out.
Yeah. Thank you.
And let's see what else we got here. Ella makes her own virtual avatars. So if you want to check out how to do that for yourself, if you like the cat face Fang here and also Orilyn from the other group, you can check out Vroid Studio and make yourself some avatars. And if you like the portrait art for Orilyn, you can check out the artist's DeviantArt page here. DeviantArt.com/Sariko. Let's see here. If you want to check out the portrait art for Vash, who Wolf plays, he's playing Will for you tonight. You can check out that artist page at DeviantArt.com/Jessica Pegarero. Let's see here. Our Discord server is public now. You can jump in and say hey and see all the craziness going on with the memes in Discord at this link here. And I haven't started linking this yet. I'll start linking it because we've been making some changes. We've got the Patreon up and going. So if you watch on YouTube, you might notice that there's some bleeping, some editing going on for things that are not YouTube friendly. If you want to see all that stuff that's not YouTube friendly, you can go over to the Patreon at that link there. And I think the lowest we could do was $3 a month. For $3 a month, you can see everything unedited, unbleeped, unfiltered on the Patreon. And we're going to add a new tier soon where you can get like access to like voice channels in the Discord. There's going to be like a general voice area. And you'll also be able to read the channels where we do planning for the shows, different shows, stuff like that. That part is coming soon, but the unfiltered content, that's all ready to go. I think that's everything. I always feel like I'm missing something. I'm Ramblin'. You can check me out at twitch.tv/RamblingmanTV, on YouTube, the same thing, on Twitter, on Minds, on Rumble, on Instagram, on TikTok, and all the things. I'm around. You can come find me. Let's see. This week, we've got another show Wednesday night. We're coming back with a new episode of Broken. That starts at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Pacific. That's the sci-fi TTRPG. And then we're off of Unknown New Orleans this Friday, but that returns next Friday. Maybe the final episode. And that will be at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central, 5 p.m. Pacific. And that's our modern day supernatural occult thriller TTRPG. And maybe coming to an end here. So I don't know for sure, but we'll see. It sounds like we're gonna have our big showdown with The Voice. So stay tuned. See what happens. See if we all survive it. We left off last episode with a cliffhanger where the building we were in exploded. So I don't know if we're alive. I don't actually know.
And you're all hearing voices now?
Well, we're the big bad evil guy is called The Voice.
Oh, okay.
And he takes over like radio stations and throws up propaganda, and he's like playing he's using that to play the different occult factions against each other in the city and cause like wars between the different kingdoms and stuff, and also to cause all the normies to be like aware of magic and kind of go insane and riot and stuff. Like just doing a lot of bad things. They're trying to ascend to godhood, essentially, is what's going on. They're trying to become one of the sky people, as you do.
Steal that from Avatar.
No, it's called something else. I just call it sky people. But people in the campaign have called them like the people in the sky.
People.
Yeah. I think that's all I got. Did I miss any announcements, guys? No? Good.
I don't think so.
Well, I'm on it then. Everybody have a fantastic week, a lovely night. Thank you guys all for being here. We'll catch you next week with some more Forest of Flash. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Peace.
Peace.